Rachel? Rachel, we're going.
Girls, gays, and theys, fans of D&D and people who accidentally clicked on this page, welcome to the Nightmare Crew Reunion Special, also known as Bards After Dark, also known as Bards Tell All. I'm your host, Rachel, sometimes known as the guest character Desiderium, and always known as Kyle's wife. Thank you for being with us tonight as we get to ask all of our Cordia questions and learn more about the characters and the players that we've grown to love over the past 3 years. Each bard will join me at some point tonight to answer questions, and at the end, we'll all be together for, you guessed it, a game. It is a reunion special after all. Also, live during the stream, if you have questions I'm not asking, you can submit them in the chat to our stage manager, Miles, at MilesMinshew13 is your Twitch, Miles?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And we'll try to get to all of them, but if we don't, there will be more Bards After Darks in the future. And don't worry, even though we're saying goodbye to the Nightmare Crew for now, we are not saying goodbye to Bards of New York. So if you stick around to the end of the episode, you'll get a new campaign announcement and maybe a little teaser. But for now, we're going to start with our first bard, the creator of Cordia, master of the table and our hearts, Woody Minshew. Woody, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
What are you drinking this evening?
I'm drinking a white sugar-free Monster with a bit of Reposado tequila in it.
I regret asking.
I got iced earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, Will kindly iced me, and I downed it in like 2 seconds.
I didn't know it was 2019 still.
In my heart, it always is.
Well, I didn't just want to ask you about your drink. Are you ready to talk all things Cordia?
Hell yeah, dude.
First, I would love to know how you created Cordia. Lots of people have asked because you've alluded that you created Cordia many years ago, and then how it since has expanded because of all these characters.
Yeah, Cordia was kind of birthed. It was a year in college when, I went studied abroad in London, and like my regular group I was playing with, which is included with some of our bards in the room here today. They're not
We
here in
have
this
a
room.
very quiet live
Yeah, this is
studio audience.
This is an empty studio audience. But I was studying abroad, and I didn't want to spend all my money, so I kind of started just creating a world and building like mythology and regions and so on and so forth. And that was back in, I think it was like 2017 when I started Cordia, like what would become Cordia. I labeled it as my opus. Like in my computer, everything's labeled as my opus. And I would always describe it as my love letter to like all the fantasy and stories and stuff that I love. So like not that we ever really fully explored these corners, but throughout Corners of Cordia, there were like, a little vampire storyline, and over here is like this like cool like Viking area, and just and this kind of like put all like my storytelling and fantasy and any kind of tropes, lore, stuff that I like. My love letter to things that I love was this world, and then played this world a little bit in college, and that was, I think, one of the iterations, if we're looking back at that, and then kept kind of playing it throughout, like with you and home games, and eventually here for Bard. So it's always it's formed and it's been shaped and has changed throughout the years. But the first of what Cordia is, like the map that is there, it started being created 2017 when I was living in London.
Wow, I actually don't think I knew that, and I have played in Cordia now in multiple iterations. At the beginning, did you plan to have the multiple iterations, or did that kind of happen just like
no.
you needed it to happen?
It was kind of like all these past campaigns, like with you guys in Harlem, and then in school before that, and then doing this and the story that I kind of wanted to tell with Bards and kind of think like ideas I wanted to push him to. I was like, oh, it's kind of cool to have this like timey-wimey bullshit go on, and that's not exactly timey-wimey. And I thought, what fun would it be for a lot of people who are the bards to then kind of see like their history of playing in this world as well, on top of what they're creating now.
I personally almost cried seeing Winona, my home game character, in the Hall of Heroes.
Yeah, she's a badass.
Thank you. Along the same vein, I have a question actually from our community. Winter Cameron asked through the Bards After Dark Google Doc, what motivated you to become a game master? And do you have an origin story moment from childhood where you were like, wow, I'm becoming a storyteller, like a world builder?
Yeah. Oh, the storyteller world builder part is, I'll get to that. But really, I think as maybe a lot of DMs kind of start off, Hannah and I were exposed to D&D working at Summer Stock one year in Idaho. Tony Carter is who introduced us to D&D.
What's his address and social?
I don't know his exact address and social. I know he's he's on a bridge somewhere. I think he's a Chicago-based actor.
Okay.
He spends his time in Chicago. Also, will often work in Oregon, doing shows there. But he introduced us to D&D, and we would go and do shows at night, and then whenever we weren't rehearsing or doing shows, we were playing D&D because the whole cast, whole company of this summer was obsessed. Like we would like often, I think where a lot of us would sit and be like, ooh, thinking about their characters, thinking about new characters create. Like we had the bug had bit. The bug was bit.
We understand.
Yeah. So from there, once that summer ended, I still wanted to play, and nobody around me was a DM. So I was like, well, shit, I got to learn. So I remember like that kind of like school year. I think what was I? I was like, was I a sophomore in high school, Hannah? Do you remember? How old were we when we did that Starlight season? That was 2011, or 2009. I was 14, whenever that was.
A baby.
2010, 2011, somewhere around there. Like late aughts, early 10s. I would distinctly remember having both Miles and Hannah just play through like mainly combat scenarios and like little missions to kind of get like the mechanics of D&D down and like the rules of it. And that just kind of built and built. I played D&D with some of my high school friends for a long time, and that was crazy high school boys playing D&D. So not super story based, but like learned how to say fuck yes and roll with it.
Yes, and it's a technical term.
Yes. Damn it. But yeah, that's where that was like the origin story of me becoming a DM. And then as I think time went on and I started meeting people who were a lot more interested in the storytelling aspect of D&D, and I say that let's go burn a tavern down, which there's fun in all of that. But like in college and meeting people who were like a little more interested in the storytelling aspect, I kind of like was able to stretch my legs a bit more in that. And then truly, I think the first time I really got to fully feel like I was being more of a storyteller was with our home game.
Really?
Yeah, well, I think there's a little bit in I think my college campaign, some great moments with the college campaign that I had, and that's where characters like Vaxel comes from and Amarog.
Icons.
Icons. I don't know if any of those characters showed up in Nightmare Crew. I think there were some statues. Yeah, there's a statue of Amarog. They're just like home characters, and Bathriel. A lot of those characters are from that, and that's kind of like what gave me the confidence to be like, okay, I can do a bit more with this. And then I feel like I really got more into my stride with our home campaign, with Winona and with Alec and Alethea and Lazarus and all that.
I love hearing that. I didn't know that. Woody's not just saying that because I'm the host today.
No, I'm not.
That means a lot. Building off the yes and, actually, a lot of people have asked this, so I'm kind of combining a couple questions. But a lot of people have asked about the incredible yes and pivot that you made during the Vecna fight when Will cast the infamous wish spell. And could you walk us through, I guess, and talk to us about how you had prepared for what I assume was going to be a really cool physical fight that we did not get to see, and then also how you decided the mechanics and changed from this physical battle to this very emotional episode.
Yeah. I mean, truly like full frontal. For those who don't see, there's a little Will Champion head just peeking over the couch right over here. I forgot I gave him that.
The wish spell.
The wish spell, yeah, the wish spell amulet. I forgot about that item. Which I think that a lot of DMs can relate to. You're like, yeah, they're like, oh, do I get anything cool? And when your players say do I get anything cool? You want to give them a cool thing, and so. And I always think it's fun to give people a one-time use, very powerful item the once a day or whatever it is, 9th level spell. It can blow shit up, but that's not gonna ruin the game.
It won't change the course of history.
It won't change the course of history and the big bad fight you're about to have. And I just forgot about it with Will. And then when it happened, I went, well, fuck me. And so I think and then the pivot, I was like, okay, well, let me look at what Vecna can do, what his abilities are, would this affect him? And I just wanted to go read through the rules, read through some lore of Vecna real quick that I want to just brush back up on, and wasn't expecting this spell to happen against them. And when I was kind of well, shit, you got me. There's no workarounds on this. I was checkmated, but I do feel even then, I want this to be earned. I don't want it to be okay, yeah, you guys, he's gone.
Episode over.
Yeah, which so I think I credit just all my wonderful players. They're the ones who allowed me to pivot and with this and make it such a wonderful episode. And the trust that they have with me and me with them. And being able to be okay, well, I like this, but let's turn this into something that, hey, we're playing a game together, and I don't want to be okay, you guys win. I want to earn it, and beyond the stream of it all. I mean, it was fun for the stream of it, and we often will mention a little bit this is something that we want to watch, and what are we creating and the story we're telling, and would we want to watch this? And it's not always in the back of our heads, but we still want to take people through, take more care in the storytelling, I think is a good way to put it. So going into that, and we already had the precedence of me doing it's a group check thing. There's a big number that I make up in my head, and then I was you know what? I don't know if I did it. Was that the first time I did write the number down and give it to you guys? Yeah. That was the first time. I just you know what? I think that's fun. I did Vecna times them with the number they would have, and then I wrote that number down, gave it, and then I truly at that point, it made my day easier because doing a combat with multiple baddies that would have shown up and all of Vecna's abilities and my brain being able to track all that turned it into much more of a jazz. And just let's make me as Woody and each other feel something and think about what this magic means for our characters. And I truly think it was the best outcome that could have ever happened. We could have had a cool big fight that was fun, and maybe people went down, maybe they didn't, maybe somebody was feeble-minded.
No one in particular.
Nobody in particular. Kyle.
Everyone's really smart.
Yeah. I'm afraid if I feeble-mind you one more time, you're gonna walk out of the room. But I think it's just throwing, allowing my players and these wonderful people to take control and tell me how you want to win this, basically.
Yeah.
And half kind of leaving it up to the dice, but embracing that the soft magic of it all, I think was a much more satisfying thing for all of us, and I think it was very satisfying for people to watch.
100%.
You can ask all the excuse me individuals online who are like, they wouldn't, Mistra would not allow this spell. Yeah,
That's not how it
can
works. You're
simply
not allowed
cast
to
a
do
10th
that.
level spell. Like, yeah. And if you're watching this and you're like, I was one of those people, hey, bud, because let's face it, you're probably a dude. Just relax. It's
Have
a game.
fun.
Yeah. But everybody else who's here with us, welcome. I don't want to like cook some neck beards,
Yeah.
but let's cook a few neck
But
beards.
if it
Cook
happens,
the
it
neck
happens.
beards.
We're here to have fun. We're here to tell a story. Thank you, Hannah. As a casual fan, sometimes viewer, I found it very satisfying to watch. So
Yeah, cool. That's
was
all I care about. I think at the end of the day, I want D&D to be something approachable and something
Yeah.
that anybody can watch and be like, "Ooh, that looks cool. I want to play it." And that's often how I want to approach anything as a DM and with players and with viewers and everything like that. So
I want to ask, but you don't have to share.
Ask.
Will you tell us what baddies were gonna show up, or will we never know because it didn't happen?
No, you mean Vecna, and Vecna's like bricked up.
Okay.
So there's that.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. And there was going to be a number of like Illithid that he has under his sway that would have shown up to assist. Like I think it was one or two Illithiliches, whatever that.
It would have been tough.
Illithilich. It would have been a tough fight. It would have been a really
Yeah.
hard fight. There was gonna be all of like the furniture was gonna start swirling around the room, and like if you tried to move, you would have to roll a dexterity save. And really, basically every time you start your turn, you roll a dexterity save, or you're maybe hit by a chair or something like that.
As a layer action.
And it wasn't. Well, there's gonna be a layer action of that, of like turning that on. But
Yeah.
once it's going, start of every turn, and if you move,
Oh, wow.
Unless you want to take your action to dodge. You'd have to roll, or you're gonna start getting pummeled by just swirling furniture.
I love
And,
that.
Yeah.
Because at that level, it was kind of hard to slow the Nightmare Crew down.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they're a wrecking ball of just like, hey, anything you throw at them, they're gonna just slap you across the face.
And we will ask them questions and remind them later on in the show of some of those times.
Yeah. So that's my answer there.
Thank you. Can I trouble you to send your brain all the way back to verse 1? We have a very specific question from our incredible community member, Winter Cameron.
Thank you, Winter.
The merchant from verse 1 who sold Ember the violin bows that he gave to Lilith. Where are they now?
If I recall, I think were they? They're probably still in. Was that in Camden Mesa? Oh, so we're still in Camden Mesa. So if it was either I forget exactly because I know we went to the Bricks, which was the like Low City bazaar, and we also went to the Widgetist Guild. I think you got those at the Widgetist Guild. Do you remember? I am sweaty.
Aww.
Yeah. Thank you, Dreamy. Pulse? Okay, Widget's Way. I guess that was a shop. So Widget's Way was Widget's Way was a street with like all of the sponsored craftsmen. So I mean, probably Hans, is probably still in Camden Mesa.
Okay. Successful? Still owning the shop?
Probably. I mean, I don't know. I haven't really put much thought to if they are still have their establishment on the way, because every year it's like a competition almost to see who gets these. It's basically like a sponsorship to have a shop, and you're like considered one of the greatest merchants in the area.
Nice.
Oh, it's a big summer blowout.
It was that. One of
so
our favorite
I would
voices.
assume they're still in Camden Mesa doing their thing. Like they maybe like went on like maybe like the war didn't really get down to the south too hard to Camden Mesa, so maybe started making stuff for Revan and for the like for like Stefana and her faction, but beyond that, like probably still in Camden Mesa, living their life, having a good time. Big summer blowout, yeah.
Big summer blowout.
In the Camden Mesa, yeah.
I hope you feel satisfied, Winter Cameron. I'm gonna go to a more recent phenomenon,
Hell
so
yeah.
that way you don't have to stretch your brain so far. I don't remember which episode I first noticed it, but in the most recent verse, there was that physical connection that you kept referencing between Lilith and Ember, where they would feel pain when the other person was injured.
Mm-hmm.
What?
What was that? So
What was
that
happening?
was actually I don't know.
It was never explained.
No, what was never we never really explored
Yeah.
it too deeply. If they wanted to like go to if like have like I don't know if like Callias or if even if like FimFam or somebody wanted to talk to him about it or like and they like hey this thing's going on, they could have done this like check. And it's in one of the resurrections or one of the rituals of bringing Ember back. Excuse me. Ember. Somebody, whoever said it first. You have my heart. Like I give you my heart. I think it was you, Kyle. Said I give you my heart. That's one of the TikToks. Yes. And Hannah had this great idea. It was Hannah's idea. Like, oh, what if like we feel each other's pain? And immediately I was like, fuck yeah, let's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wanted to mean something too. So it was kind of like a fun, like, if it wanted to be explored, we could have looked into it, but it was because in that ritual, it's like I give you my heart, and so they would have been. I don't know if I would have gone as far if like one of you dies, the other one dies.
Question.
Yeah.
Like, would it have changed the game?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, yes. So I don't know if you guys heard Hannah. Probably not because the mics. I said if Ember had died, everybody would have remembered Ember and not Ash. Or if Lilith had died, they would because they gave her name and all that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it probably wouldn't have died, but probably would have affected quite deeply.
Yeah.
But I really just want it to be simply a connection of like where the other person is, how they're feeling. It's a deeper than spiritual connection.
Yeah. It's the reason we all read fantasy romance books.
Yeah. No nipples? I don't think there's nipples.
We're not. Don't get banned on Twitch.
How do you guys like it at home? You like that?
You're flapping the fan harder?
We cannot get banned on Twitch tonight. Not on my watch.
I can see it from here.
My next question is actually, you mentioned earlier how there's all the different corners and areas of Cordia that we didn't get to go to or didn't have time or didn't explore. Was there any story element, either a person, a storyline, maybe a wedding that you were very excited about that didn't happen, that you'd planned that you were sad that the crew didn't like go into?
I mean, I think the Gargalon wedding, Gargalon, sorry, the Gargalon wedding. The Gargalon wedding was half a joke. I don't know if there's any place I'm sad that we didn't go to because I feel like that takes away from what ended up becoming.
What happened?
I think there were corners that would have been fun. Like there could have been some fun monster fights. Like if they would have wanted to work with the xenophobic or whatever. Nope, that's not it.
That's not the word.
Yeah, that's not
you're
it.
looking
What is it?
for.
It's the.
Can you use any other word to describe?
It was like the Exterminator Guild that you guys on Brawl that you guys said you would have like gone and like done some research for and looked up some stuff. Those folks, they were part of the Orbiters Guild, kind of.
Okay. That would have been cool.
Yeah. Xeno Extermination Limited. That was what it is. So it's like an alien eradication kind of thing. Yeah, I think Space Marines, think Helldivers, that kind of vibe.
Cool.
It would have been like a fun, silly big fight. That would have been fun and silly. But beyond that, like I truly don't. I don't think there's anything that I'm upset about. Yeah.
I mean, the crew can always return.
Yeah, the crew can always go make more adventures. I think we could have. You've had an experience. I love going to Avernus and going into Hell.
Yeah.
In my campaigns, and we never quite got there. Maybe that's. I mean, like my Hell's fun and kooky and terrible and
it's so
wonderful.
weird. It's so weird.
There's a lot of New Yorkers, a lot of Italians.
A lot of New Yorkers there.
And
a lot of pasta.
I don't know, man.
What about
What about Italians? I just think that that's the accent of hell. Is yeah.
And that's the stream. Thank you for joining us for this very short.
No
Bards
offense
After
to
Dark.
Italians, but I just think that it'd be funny if like everybody in hell is like, "Hey, you fucker, what are you doing here? Huh? You fucking yeah." That and also, but like then there's some Boston in there, like basic like.
This whole digging keeps
Woody, I'm gonna.
Save me, somebody.
Idahoans.
I mean, no, that you didn't go that deep into hell.
There's Idahoans.
Yeah.
I'm gonna prevent Bards of New York from getting canceled and move on to the next question.
Please.
I think you might have answered this before, on a previous Bards After Dark, but now that the campaign, we've like really met everyone other than Rittenhask. Who was your favorite NPC that you got to play?
Oh fuck. There's so many. I mean, it's low hanging fruit, but Beep Boop is so
That's fair.
silly and fun.
Yeah.
Beep Boop is anything I can do like a silly voice and get lost in it. Really, Beep Boop wasn't supposed to be all of that until I was like, wait, this is fun. I'm gonna keep doing it. There's Beep Boop. There was. I mean, his name's fucking Beep Boop. So
It was great.
Also, what was it? The Beholder, the smiling Beholder. He was fun.
I don't know his name.
Was it Luigi? Luigi. It was Luigi, which is funny within itself. With the Italians. No, I don't.
Whoa! I'm gonna move on.
Well, that works.
How?
But
Do you have a backup? Do you have a second? I guess
than
the
those-
Beholder's the second.
Other than those two, I think really I had a great time with Eris in the early campaign in Coolwich. Like I really liked the Fedicilas folk who were there.
Yeah.
They were very fun. I think Eris is such a cool character, and that's Will's brainchild of
Yeah.
Eris, really.
Oh, we're gonna ask you about that later. Don't worry, Will.
But Eris was fun. Really, like any character that was part of anybody's backstory, like Eris and Atticus, any of the Kintsugi clan for Rek, and I mean Amber is also goated. Like
I was shocked that she was not mentioned.
well, she's like
earlier.
I think I see Rittenhask and Amber as like my PCs almost, where they're not. And I mean, I guess Kevin-ish, yeah. But Kevin, I always got really anxious about like saying the Gen Z slang.
I think you did a great job, because I never understood what you were saying.
Well, neither did I. That's
Yeah.
what made me nervous. So that's where that kind of lives there. But beyond that, I mean, I like all my characters. I mean, I loved Tylo Vale's a blast.
Yeah.
I was very proud of the accent work I did for What's His Bucket, the Prince Andrew, doing like my Spaniard accent. Poopy butthole. I have a poopy butthole, and my name is Prince Andrew. That's my say poopy butthole, and that gets me into the accent. It's one of my
I
my
can't
key
do.
phrases.
I feel it. I can't do a Southern accent unless I say Vidalia first.
Yeah, there's like a word you got to use.
It's like
Yeah.
brings you into it.
100%.
I have a more serious question.
Hit me.
That I will be asking everyone, so be prepared. But how do you feel that you've changed as a person, Woody, because of the specific stories that you guys have created at the table the past 3 years? Dramatic
Shit.
lighting, thank you for this
Yeah.
moment.
I mean, as a person, how I've changed from the Nightmare Crew, and I think also just like these first 3.5 years of Bards. I mean, it's a lot of like take advantage of the stories you're telling and the people you're with. I think often week by week, some days, like not that I would forget, but I'd be like, okay, I got a plan, got to do this, and life gets busy. But then throughout the time of doing it, you're like, oh shit, like I got to go play D&D every week and do with like my best friends and have that fun. And so I think just like kind of being able to, as corny as it sounds, like live in the moment a little bit more, like and appreciate.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say live in the moment. Like you want to plan for the future, you want to have ideas and so on. But like appreciate what's happening and like what this wonderful community you've created and on the table with the stream and in chat and everything. And I think that is really the coolest thing about it, and what I think I've learned the most from it. Beyond that, maybe take better notes as a DM.
A casual fan.
It's just like you do so much shit and you forget about it, and then
Yeah.
it comes back and bites you in the ass.
Someone has a wish spell necklace.
Somebody has a wish spell that you forgot
Yeah.
about, so
Someone has a thing that can take off after.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like even then, like I think it's like what's changed me is just like appreciate what is meant to be appreciated, if that's as shitty as that sounds. But I think just like enjoy who you're with, and trust your friends to tell a story, but also like listen and also like learn how to work with your friends.
Yeah.
Like it's I think that's I would say I want to go on a limb and maybe say for all of us, working and doing something like this, putting on this production in many ways, it's tough. Especially doing it from ground up. Like I think a lot, like at least I'll speak for myself, watching these like big ass streams that do it and have all these resources, I'm like, oh shit, like it can't be that hard. And no, it's hard as fuck.
Yeah.
And so anybody who has a stream, big or small, like it is an impressive feat within itself. So to all the TTRPG streaming community, like it's awesome. And I think it needs to be celebrated in every way. And I think there's quite a bit more appreciation for that. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. Something that I personally want to know that I think everyone else wants to know is how do you end every episode on a cliffhanger?
I don't know if I do. Do I?
It feels that way.
I mean, I just found a good way where it's like, okay, this is a cool question we could answer, and then let's save that for another time.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and you know what? Usually, I'm just looking at the clock, and I'm like, damn, most of us got work tomorrow. We got to go do some
We
stuff.
still have day jobs.
Yeah, we still have day jobs. We got to drive back home and drop off 3 separate people, and that takes sometimes over an hour. So sometimes it looks like it's necessity.
Yeah. I appreciate that honest answer.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like years of doing it. And you're like, ooh, this is a fun, like I personally, I guess this is my answer, because Hannah said I do it in the home games as well. But
You do, 100%.
yeah, I think it's like, oh, I want to know this answer, so let's hold off.
Yeah.
I think that's that is my in the world, but then also like it's also 9:30 almost, and closing in on 10 o'clock very quickly, and I should start looking for something I want to answer and then hold off on it.
Is that the key to getting D&D scheduled weekly and consistently among your friends, is if you leave them on a cliffhanger?
I think it's a good thing. Like always letting them like, oh, what's next? Like I think, and frankly, I think you don't always need to be like, are they dead? But I think it comes down to a lot of just like, I mean, we talk about on stream, we've talked about it, is the like, be a fan of each other's characters, be a fan of the story, invest.
Yeah.
And I think with that, no matter what, it's going to get you to that point. You know, like you're going to want to know what's the next answer, and it's just going to be a runaway train at a certain point, and you don't have to do too much work other than that to stop it. Once you have that train moving, and it takes a lot of work to like get the players that you trust and get the story that you feel good with and get that that momentum going. It's hard to stop it after that.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Before I have like 2 more things that I want from you, but I want to ask Miles, our lovely stage manager for the evening, do we have any questions from chat that we have time to add in?
We do. We have a few, actually. Our first one is from Always Jamming 17.
Thank you, Always Jamming.
Hello.
And they say, I need to know the process of making the calendar and how much you had to give up when they left Cordia.
Of making the Cordian calendar. Can they? I'm asking. Is it the Cordian calendar, the Cordian holy calendar of?
Is it my personal Google calendar?
I think so.
Yeah.
Calendar of Cordia.
Fucking diary.
I mean, that was like me at home during COVID, maybe a little high or a lot of high. And I was like, I want to create.
Beep that out. Beep that out.
I was and allegedly cooked, and kind of just want to like create a more like, I've never done a calendar for a world I've lived in, so I want to like, and so I created this, and I liked the idea of having a like a world religion, like a Cordian religion, but it's more of a philosophy than a religion. And so I kind of built this philosophy, and I'm like, oh, it'd be kind of cool if like there's also they like use this for the days of the year, and it just kind of snowballed into that. And so like, I mean, I spent days creating that thing, and so and I had all this whole plan. There were three moons or celestial bodies to Cordia. And one was like bioluminescent, and there was I used this website that allowed you to do all this, and it just like by happenstance that the Samhain of that year was going to have three new moons at the same time, and I was like, oh, and then in the lore, which they were all in space and in the void,
and then we left,
and then you guys left. That is when like the necromantic magic was the strongest, and that's when the Black Legions were raised.
And we missed that.
And y'all missed it.
Yeah.
So there was all this fun, like this like Revan lore that I'm like, oh, it'd be kind of cool. Like in the future when we get to Revan in like Halloween time in the world, or like Samhain, which is when the veil is the thinnest. That'd be a really fun thing to do.
Yeah.
And then it just never happened because
Consequences.
we were busy fighting dragons and every other being in Vecna in space.
Awesome. That was good to know. Miles, anything else?
Yeah, we have a really important one from Bagels and Schmear.
Bagels and schmear.
Bagels and schmear.
The question is, what the hell is Vecna doing with maps of the catacombs?
Yeah, why did Vecna have maps of the catacombs?
Great question. Vecna. So a lot of like my like big tier, big bad evil individuals. They had pawns and 100% or like people they wanted to influence to kind of like, oh, if this person gets stronger, it expands my domain. So Vecna whispered into the sage's ear, and I think has whispered into many of like sages of necromancy's ears to be like, like,
Hi, I'm Vecna.
Like, truly what Vecna wanted is to rebuild their divine seat, because I mean, I don't know how deep into the lore of like D&D we want to go for, but like there's the Sword of Cass and his seat and like his downfall as Vecna and like trying to like re-achieve that. And I think he was looking for somebody to kind of be the architect of the domain, and was seeing the catacombs of Revan as such a beautiful bouquet of like dark and terrible but also wonderful necromantic magic as maybe the beginning of the new his new seat.
That was very cool. I did not catch that.
I mean, we never got into it, and so that's kind of was my idea of like there wasn't like a huge like Vecna wasn't like talking to the sage, but like there'd be a few whispers here and there that would influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That's why
cool.
they had maps, because I think they wanted to learn about the catacombs a bit more, and I think we like got these like copied these down somehow in some way from the sage, but was just as interested in the catacombs, in the primordial magic they hold as everybody else is.
No, I mean, Rachel, love the catacombs.
Yeah, I mean the catacombs
Ethereum?
again. Just to credit where credit's, that's all Hannah. Hannah's like, I would love it. It's like kind of like it's like Scotland meets Paris, like Edinburgh meets
Very
Paris
cool.
is like the vibe of Revan.
I'm gonna ask her about that.
Edinburgh.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where we went with.
I like that.
And just kind of leaned into that.
That's awesome. Miles, I have time for one more question from
One more.
chat.
Okay.
No pressure.
This is kind of a combo wombo.
Combo
a
combo.
compound question. Objection.
It is. Okay. Rip.
Let's get classic smuggle.
So
Confusing the witness.
so the I don't know lawyer talk.
I'm
No, you
always
can ask it. You can
confused.
ask it. I'm sorry.
The first part of this question comes from Hellhunter, and it's if you could make one NPC a PC, which one would you pick?
I'm gonna say you cannot choose Rittenhask. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Or Kevin or
following that,
Follow-up
Squee asks which of the PC NPCs that you choose to play a PC, which would you play in your own game of Cordia, and why?
Oh, I like that.
I can't do Rittenhouse.
No.
Apparently, you can't
Because
do
Rittenhouse is my
Rittenhouse.
Baldur's Gate character.
But
no.
he is always with us. He is a PC
Yeah.
in all of
Yes.
our hearts. I speak for all of you right now.
Apart
He
from
is.
Rittenhask, probably Kulwa. Yeah, I think Kulwa.
Ooh.
I've always been really intrigued with arcane archers, and that's what Kulwa was. I've always wanted to play one, and I've actually, in all my time as a player, I don't think I've ever played a ranger. Or no, that's a fighter. Arcane Archer fighter. I've never played a fighter either. I think I played one session. I tried to make I was obsessed with Sword Art Online. I made a Kirito, analog. Maybe someday. Who knows? Yeah, we'll talk. But I was really and so probably I liked Kola. I liked the vibe of him. It was fun to do a Welsh accent.
Yeah.
And so that's probably who I would be a PC.
And that's who you'd want to play in a campaign for the follow-up part?
If we're doing a campaign set in Cordia,
Yeah, and you got to play.
I would either do Kola or Truly, just because I love it. Not Keepa, Abbott Longford. And bring him back, which he's a player, a character that I've had in my back pocket as a PC when I go guest places, and I just love him. He's a delight. He also has a dark background. He's trying to do right in the world, and I just really appreciate him. And he's a fun cleric, and so I like that.
Partial to clerics.
I am.
Well, in the future, I will make sure to DM a Cordia game so you can play.
All right, I'll hold you to it.
That was not a binding contract. Additionally, I heard a rumor that you have some exciting news to share with us about an exciting opportunity that you're about to embark on. If you'd like to share with the class.
Yes. I am so excited to announce that I am going to be moving to Houston this summer. And I am going to get my master's in fine arts in acting from the University of Houston.
Master of farts.
Thank you, Miles. So with that, I will be not being the DM for Bards moving forward. I will definitely still be part of the Bards, and we've talked about elements of how I will still be part and some very exciting things to come. You probably won't see as much of me anymore, but I'll still be part of the community. But it's something for me and my partner, for our future and all that, and I've always wanted to teach. And looking at my life, the timeline of it, it makes most sense to get this done and go do it, just for things that I value in my life and for where I want to go. And which is back to New York eventually, yes. After 3 years.
A short 3 years.
A short 3 years. It'll be over in a jiff. I mean, yeah. That's not even as long as this campaign was. Yeah, guys, I'll be moving to Houston. So any friends of the show in Houston, I know fucking nobody there, and neither does my partner. So yeah, I know Silver Moon's in there and a few other people, but yeah. So if you're ever in the Houston area, hit me up. We'll be there starting in August.
We're very excited.
It's very close, but there's been many tears.
Yeah.
I'm equally as scared, sad, and excited because it's not leaving my family, but stepping away from my family here to go do something that I need to do. And then I'll be back.
And you'll be back.
But I'll still definitely be part of the Bards.
Oh, you have to be.
Yeah.
It's required, but we are very excited for you. We're very proud of you.
Thank you.
Even if we will miss your presence here every Monday, I'm excited. I know we can't reveal it now, like what's going to come in the future that'll be revealed later. But since you're not moving until August, the next few weeks, we will still see you.
I'm still here for the next few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, basically 3 weeks of playtime. But I'm here, and I'll never be so far away.
No.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
But that is the exciting news of that. So thank you for letting me share it.
I'm very proud of you and excited for you. I just did 3 years of school. It's hard to go back, and I really respect you for biting the bullet and doing it.
Yeah, I gotta go start doing some reading and getting some monologues in.
Tough. You will do great. I do have one last very important question.
Hit me.
Could you please demonstrate what you believe is the proper way to eat an Oreo? There's been much debate. Everyone eats an Oreo a different way on the stream. I will be asking every single bard if they can demonstrate.
All right, so I have my Oreo in my hands.
John is so upset off screen right now.
I am also a believer of I think you should do multiple Oreos, but I'm just gonna for the sake of the question, I'm doing one. Because I like to peel them off and do a quad stack. Also, guys, if you're not doing double stuff, you're not eating it. You're not doing it right.
Yeah.
Like double stuff is at minimum. If you're doing like
Yeah.
the regular little like no stuff, not that the thins is something different. I like those, but like the that thick a cookie with like half that cream, But I'll have it
Okay.
gripped like this.
Thank you.
I would.
Okay.
Eat the cookie.
Yeah. Eat one part of the cookie.
Eat the cookie. And then like maybe give it like a lick. I'm not like feeling like it's optional.
Optional.
I feel like they should pay more for a lick.
Tip now. You can tip on
But
Twitch.
then just like the rest of it, that's perfect amount of cream and cookie together.
Okay.
So just like either do cream on the tongue. And eat it.
So you'll suffer through the first cookie solo
I don't suffer.
to get to
it's
the
like
next
it's like the
one.
prep. It's the prep for the cream, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, and you have a nice like cookie cream like balance on that last little few bites. Top note. It's a 10.
Oreos sponsor us.
Yeah, and then it's good.
Yeah.
You're not dried out too much by too much cookie. You have enough.
Thank you.
So I guess I don't want to say suffer through that first half of the cookie, but get that cookie to prime it,
Yeah.
and then get that cream in there.
I feel it when I am like eating a bunch of different things on my plate. I'll save like the best thing for last.
Yeah.
So I feel that. I respect it. It's not how I eat an Oreo, but tonight's not about me.
Yeah.
Well-
There's one person who eats one wrong here.
We'll know who they are when it happens. Stay tuned. Woody, this has been wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you
it's
for
been really
answering
fun to
our
like talk about
questions.
things and think about it. But you're wonderful for putting this together.
Thank you.
Oh hell yeah! Thank you.
And a lot of these things have shocked and surprised us. They have almost made me cry, but I've not. But if I did, I'm wearing waterproof mascara. And I would like to turn to something that shocked you most of all, I think, based on the reactions when it happened. Ember and Lilith. And by that I mean Kyle and Hannah. Please come on out. Thank you, Woody.
It pumps up the viewers, goddammit.
Thank you. Oh,
Your microphone.
please get comfortable.
It's like I'm holding my
Miles,
baby
are they
girl.
both in camera? Are they both on the screen?
Legally, we have to sit as far apart as we possibly can.
If you could scoot
Yeah.
a little closer to each other, act like you kind of like one another.
Yeah,
Hannah, if you could
Closer this
scoot
way or
into your
closer
right
this
just a
way?
little bit.
There you
Perfect.
go.
Y'all look fucking fabulous.
Hello, Kyle. Hello, Hannah. Thank you for joining me.
Hi.
What are you drinking this evening?
I'm having some nice peated Irish whiskey.
Excellent.
I'm having spicy water.
My least favorite water. I will allow you to remain. Thank you for joining us. I want to dive right into a question I've gotten from all over the globe. Are you dating in real life?
You and I are married.
I thought we all were.
People have asked. People have asked since the TikTok, and they were just like, are those actors dating in real life? So I just had to, for the record,
I thought we were both dating you.
I am so lucky.
No, we are not.
No, we're married.
But for the right
You and I are
price.
married.
Okay, but seriously, guys, stop asking. Fans have loved Ember and Lilith moments, and there's been wonderful TikToks. Thank you, Hannah, for editing those. And there's been lots of videos made by fans, and I just wanted to know what, as the players, was your personal favorite moment between Lilith and Ember.
Do you want to go first or?
Oh.
I'll go first.
Hi, Raider.
Hi, Raiders. Oh, we're
Welcome.
hosting a Bards Tell All campaign reality TV style special, asking questions about the past 3 years of this incredible campaign.
Yeet.
And I just asked the lovely Kyle and Hannah what their favorite moment between their characters, Ember and Lilith, were.
I don't know if it's my favorite. The list, it usually most of the notable moments are pretty up there for me. I think one that just always stands out is one of the first times that they had a like true conversation and like a check-in. It was after we were in Fidici Loss. It was after the dinosaur attack. And Ember was in a super vulnerable place, and Lilith went and like did a check-in and was like, "Yeah, okay."
Exactly like that.
That was your accent, right? You're like, "Yeah, okay." But yeah, I think that was definitely a moment early on where I was like, "This is I really like this, like story-wise, I like these two."
The check-in, the making sure Ember's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a beautiful moment. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Because he also like he'd never really had people that would do that for him. He's the runt of a very large litter of tabaxi, and so he was very. I mean, like his name, which I will say Rachel did come up with.
Thank you.
We had a brainstorming. The original name for Ember was Ember of a Forgotten Fire, and that was always how I viewed his childhood. That's why he was kind of cold with people, and was very much like fuck you, so that they wouldn't hurt him.
Yeah.
Hurt people.
No, I get it. What is it for you, Hannah?
Although I love all of the moments where they professed their love to each other, and it's hard to pick. I think for different reasons. I'm gonna do two because
Okay, I'll allow it.
Oh, thank
I'll
you,
allow it.
Your Honor. I loved when Ember came back. And everyone was so mad and hurt because the role play in those episodes was just so spicy. And it just, you could tell that people cared. Like, we as people cared about the characters, and then the characters themselves cared about each other. And so that was really intense, but in like a delicious way. And then leading up to that, when Ember and Lilith like finally admitted their feelings to each other in kind of a roundabout. They kept sidestepping the conversation and then finally committed to it.
Yeah.
And that was just really exciting because it just felt like lightning in a bottle for a moment.
Ooh,
and
I like that.
I thought it was just going to be like this fun thing with all of us. And I made that TikTok reaction video because I thought all the boys' reactions were funny.
Excellent.
And it just blew up from there. But I think those two moments were probably some of my favorites because they were just so. There were things on the line.
High stakes.
Yeah, like Ember was going to leave in both of those situations, and so as an actor, I had this strong want to keep Ember there, and that was so fun to play with.
Yeah.
It was like you said, like the sidestepping around it. It was like a chess match of two people who really wanted to lose.
Yeah.
That's a great way to put it.
Oh.
Like couldn't like wanted to but wouldn't.
Yeah.
And yeah, I went into that fully. In my mind, he was like,
Keep your mic on.
Oh.
Eat that mic.
I'm not
Give
used
the
to
chat
mic
what they
either.
want.
"Hi everyone.
Better?
If this is the first time you've been hearing me during the stream, I apologize. I
we
didn't want to
heard
be
you, we
too
heard you.
loud. Hello.
They wanted to lose at the chess game.
Yeah, I really went into that session with the mindset that like Ember was definitely back in the sense that he wanted to ultimately be with his friends, be with Lilith, but still had the mindset of like he needed to find that somewhere else, like the immortality stuff. But yeah, but the conversation and just role playing it was just like, okay.
It was beautiful moments for all of us at home as well. People are still watching it. Did either of you expect that like reaction when you posted the first like I kiss her video on TikTok?
Of course not.
Not at all. I was like, it'd be cool if we got like 1,000 views on this video. Like, that'd be cool. That'd be, let me know that I'm sort of doing a good job. And then I woke up the next morning and I think I messaged all the boys and I was like, holy shit, guys, look at this.
Yeah.
And what it was really cool about it is that like when you play D&D at home or even on stream, like it's really hard sometimes to get people to care about these brain children that you've created. I don't know why I'm like staring at the window. I don't have my glasses on.
You can look at me, you can look at the camera, you can look at the floor, it's fine.
It's really hard to get people to like invest in these brain children that you have, right? Because they're not on a TV show, they're not in a book. And so that's why I do the RP warm-up questions a lot, because I want to honor like those little pieces of art that people get to make that are like live in their heads, and just because it's in your head does not mean that it isn't real, that it isn't meaningful. And so whenever our videos are really, really popular and people celebrate it, it is just so amazing to me that other people are celebrating something that happened in our minds, and we've collectively like had this meaningful experience with the other people watching, with the chat, with the people on YouTube, and that's just really cool. And it doesn't happen all the time.
No.
Yeah, there are brain children.
Yeah.
And so it's really cool to see your brainchild do cool stuff and get recognized for it.
Yeah.
It brought in a lot of people who are now live, caught up today. Thank you for being with us and binging the past few months. Hi, Ava.
She says
you
you
wanna
can't use
join
the
me?
fake pillow. You have to use me.
You can join me.
Go up there.
I have another question for both of you, and then I have some questions for each of you. As we've all enjoyed watching the Ember Lilith romance on screen, in addition to all your other wonderful moments, we would like to know what you personally, Hannah and Kyle, book, TV, film, what is your favorite romance story that you've gotten to watch as a viewer or read? God. No judgments. We just want to know.
Like romantic, like
Yes.
romantic
Your
love.
favorite like romance plot characters. Film, TV, or books.
I read these questions a week ago, and I really struggled to find the answer, because I found that I often love the love stories between like, not Game of Thrones, between family members, like familial love.
Thank you for clarifying
Yes.
before you went into that. Yeah,
I
yeah.
know
Not Game of
just
Thrones
dropped.
family,
Hold.
but like normal. Bum, 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 bum,
Did you guys see that there's a fucking dragon on the Empire State Building?
Not a real one.
There's one in.
Could be.
They HBO, relax. Relax like a little bit.
We get it.
Okay.
I often I love reading fantasy romance. I love reading romance with fantasy, and vice versa.
Yeah.
But I find that in most media, the things that like really hit me are like the friendships and the familial relationships. And so when I was thinking about this question, I was like, God, I keep going back to the relationship that Ryan and Kel have in
I was gonna say that.
in Darkest Shade of Magic, because that relationship is so important to me as as a person. But then on that same level, to answer your question, I love the love story between Rai, Maresh, and Alucard, and I love the love story between Lila and Kel.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time with Lilith and Ember, it felt very Lila and Kel coded.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think...
A large amount of the first part of this campaign was definitely completely and utterly Darkest Shade of Magic coded.
Yeah.
You were all reading it.
We were all like
Reading the
in-depth
book.
reading it.
I'm rereading it right now, actually.
We literally got you a cloak based on that's the same place that I bought the violin bows.
Oh, yeah.
Same vendor coming back around.
Yeah, so I think all the love stories, whether
Yeah.
they be romantic, familial, or friendship, from that book series are probably my favorite.
I could not agree more, actually. Same question to you, Kyle.
I echo those. One story that always comes to my mind because it's probably my favorite book. I'll eat the mic. I'm sorry. Is in The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. It's fantastic, fantastic book. It has a lot. It has a lot to do with the author's like writing style and just how well he like explains, like uses metaphor to explain like the sensation of falling in love, which is so like complicated and wonderful and scary and like and really hard to fully depict by giving a definition. So I really love using like the use of metaphor to. Jesus. I'm also doing this
Yeah.
because I'm.
It's like patting your head and rubbing
Yeah.
your tummy.
Yeah.
Here, give me the fan and I'll fan you, and then you can talk. This is
What were we
modern
saying?
friendship.
This is. We'll take turns.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I've really enjoyed a lot of like books. Ava,
I read.
I read because a lot of like so much in books like with the Darker Shade of Magic series, like it can live in your head, so you kind of like you get to add the like little moments and like the flavoring for yourself. So yeah, it's a lot. I mean, also, I even though this started out as you not remembering, but I love my love with you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is that your favorite?
It is.
I don't know if I can accept that as an answer to this question since I asked specifically about film, TV, and books, but I appreciate that answer.
You haven't read my fan fiction about the two of you.
Oh no.
Thank you. You are also my favorite love story.
Okay.
That was really sappy, so we're gonna move on. Hannah,
Yes.
we have seen Lilith through some very tough moments over the past 3 years. You have cried, I have cried, we have all cried collectively watching you. What of these tough moments was your favorite to play? And I'm gonna compound question. And what was the hardest and like the most like unexpected for you?
Oh. Most surprising one was when we met Atticus Tumare, and I found out that this thing that I had built into Lilith, which was like this cursed tattoo that she like had believed that she was cursed, was actually just a silly little divination rune. And I was so floored by it that I'm sure you could go back and look at the video, and for a second, I think I go to smile because I'm like, what are you, motherfucker? You have pulled one over me, and now I have to like pivot and figure out how like this was nothing I ever expected.
Yeah.
But it ended up being really cool because it like helped inform even more so Lilith's relationship with magic and how she feels about it, and being like so bamboozled by the sage in such a silly way when she's like supposed to be this very intelligent person, I think really stuck with her, and so she had to kind of figure out how to overcome those things and to kind of think 10 steps ahead of the sage. Yeah, and then the hardest one I think was her finding out her dad was dead. I think it was probably
That
the
was
toughest
shocking.
one. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it.
Woody.
Woody had said like before because I had told Woody when we were going to Revan, I said, I trust you, like do what you need to do. But then that night before the stream, he said, I just want you to like be prepared, and like everything's gonna be okay, but just like I'm gonna throw some stuff at Lilith that might be tough.
Okay.
And so
But you didn't know what.
I had no idea.
Wow.
And so that was tough, but it was also really healing in a weird way. Like, I made Lilith in the pandemic. And I thought she was going to be this one thing. It was like a love song to Lila Bard and Inej from Six of Crows.
Totally fair.
And then I gave her this tragic backstory because she's a D&D character.
A necessity.
Yes, where she had like lost people.
Yeah.
And then I don't think anybody watching knows this. You all do, but like a few months in, I lost somebody very important to me. And so she was kind of like helping me through this grief in a way, and getting to the end of it with her dad. It was just like, I didn't plan it this way, but afterward it was like we both had a new relationship with how to handle grief than we did at the beginning of our journeys 3.5 years ago. I think much more healthy. And so that was really cool. And that was like the hardest, but in like a good way, and in a way that showed me that that's one of the gifts that Lilith gave me.
Thank you for sharing that. It's really been a privilege. I think I can speak behalf on all of the Bards community to watch you guys go through these emotions and know how much work and effort goes into it and how it can affect you. And so thank you. It's been wonderful to watch. Like I said, we've cried watching it. No more crying this evening, though. I have a question for Kyle that has been submitted, and you might have answered it on a Bards After Dark, but I don't know if it's evolved. You once said during an RP warm-up question that Ember had never said I love you to anyone before in his life. We all know, this is not a spoiler, you ended up saying it to Lilith. So, like, for Ember, what was that thing that changed for him that he could say those words?
He never would have said it first.
Ooh.
I think that it's also a hard thing because like I myself, can I hand this to you? I myself don't you don't have to fan me, you can fan yourself. I just didn't hold it anymore.
Saya?
Yes, it's okay.
My lord.
I myself am not this way. I'm a person who is very filled with love, and I love telling people that I love them. I think it's probably the only thing that we're really on in this earth to do, is to love each other. You know, so for me it was hard to find that for Ember. Like I said, I think in general, like he viewed Lilith as his kind of like North Star guide point, and so he felt love for her for like a very long time, and then when she said that, like prompted the. Because obviously, when you say "I love you," you expect them to.
Yeah.
Or you say thank you.
I'll just interject.
Thank you.
I'm never the one to say it first, and so I was like, "Oh, Hannah was nervous to say it first as Lilith for a second."
Oh.
So we're opposites.
Yes. Rachel said it first.
I said it first
It
in our
barely counts.
relationship, but
Ava. Yeah, I think where was I? Sorry.
Saying "I love you" first.
Yeah, like he didn't think about it, but when prompted with Lilith saying it to him, it was just kind of like, oh yeah, that is what this is.
yeah, that's his feeling.
And he would never want to like he felt comfortable. He not even comfortable like with sharing at that point. It was more just kind of like needed to share with someone because like for so long he didn't. So like at that point he was like kind of like felt like he would be coming apart. So he needed somebody to like be there to say like it's cool.
It's okay what you're feeling.
Yeah.
There's a word for it.
There's a word for it.
Do you think post epilogues, we got lovely epilogues from both of you last week, that Ember has said "I love you" to the rest of the crew in a friendship way, or has started expressing love to other people? Do you see that in his future?
I've always said that Ember's love language is giving gifts.
It's true. Canon.
It was in a warm-up question, and he definitely would send and like get little gifts for people.
Aw.
If as I said, if prompted, with someone saying like, if like I don't know if Callias was like, "Bye, Ember, I love you," or whatever however you say that.
Would you do that? You too.
That's exactly what he sounds like. That's
Yeah.
exactly what they sound
Han
like.
Solo it. I
Thanks.
know. I think I think in the same way he would reciprocate
Okay.
the exchange of emotion and but I don't know if he would be like, "Hey, I love you."
Not that, but I
Yeah.
can picture it.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Now, Hannah, you alluded to it last week and actually just earlier when you were saying all the information with like
Your gift was my time.
losing Lilith's dad. Kyle. Losing Lilith's dad, the information about Ryujin's family, figuring out what to do with your mom, which thankfully turned out okay. But when, during this past verse, or if even before, did you figure out like what Lilith was going to do about the future of Revan, or was it a constantly evolving decision because of all these twists and turns?
It was, I think, about halfway through verse 3 when I, as Hannah, realized, oh, Lilith's got to have a plan. And so I just kind of started sitting with that idea and sitting with what would Lilith want?
Yeah.
How has her adventures and her explorations, how has that informed what she thinks is like a good way to lead, and where would she go from there? And so there was a big part of that I was thinking about. And then in verse 4, I was just like, this government sucks. And then I thought, oh, you know what? Like, I'm playing in this fantasy campaign where I have to kind of like design a government eventually.
Yeah.
Why don't I just do it the way that I would like it to be? And get it at least in the fantasy world. And so there was parts of that as well, of like picking and choosing all of the nice things or the things that I think would be awesome if our real government just tried.
You set a great example.
Universal healthcare
Yeah,
or
you said
universal basic income.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
I would move to Revan in its current state.
Yeah.
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 It seems great.
Even with the necromantic legions
Yeah,
still
with
around.
the undead legions.
No,
Give me
everything's fine.
give
Everything's
me
fine.
healthcare. I'm there.
Yeah, healthcare,
I'll
universal
move.
basic income.
Yeah.
Great.
Would you throw in like a moving fee, like we'll give you $5,000 to move to Revan?
Oh, like they pay remote workers to come and,
Yes,
and
I was like, that's what they do.
yeah, sure, why not?
I think lots of people would like to move there.
Currency's just a concept we made up anyway. Like
It's-
it doesn't actually mean anything.
I'm gonna remember that with my student debt. It's
We've-
not real.
We've all just assigned meaning. We've all
It's not real.
collectively decided.
Well, thank you.
It's as real as this fantasy campaign. You get to give it as much realness as
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah, I like when people say like, "Oh, like, but money is backed by gold," and I'm like, "Yeah, but like, what the fuck am I gonna do with gold?
Play D&D.
Like, do with
the
it.
currency is gold.
Again, we've just decided that gold
Yeah.
has value.
But it's still just currency,
Yeah.
and currency is a social construct, which is
We're
needed.
not even high.
Stone cold sober.
do need
Thank you
currency.
for walking us through that thought process. And like, I didn't realize how early it started. Actually, I'm a casual fan, so.
You're in law school.
But my next question is for you, Kyle. So we have watched and had our hearts broken over the years as we watched Ember's struggles, and I was wondering what the biggest change was that you knew Ember would go through during the campaign, and which was the most unexpected.
Yeah, I would say like from the beginning, I really didn't go in with like a hope for or not like a specific. Sorry, let me collect my thoughts.
Yeah.
I didn't go in with an arc in mind. I kind of found that based off of just the first part of the story, where he was at and his interactions with people. I knew who he was. I knew what he thought he wanted. I knew what I believed he needed. And so the arc was always going to be like about trusting people and like believing in his friends. But yeah, so probably that is the first answer to the question, and then the other one was probably the romance. I never thought that it was going to be a thing at all, until it was immediately a thing.
Yeah. You really built Ember as like a lone wolf or lone cat.
Get out.
I couldn't help it. I'm so sorry. A lone tabaxi.
Yeah, like it was definitely not something on my, in my mind. Yeah, to make a character that would then romance anybody.
Yeah, come here.
So it was something that I kind of like discovered through kind of just pretending to be him.
Thank you for doing that for us. We all appreciate it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Now back to Hannah. Lilith's violin not only was a magical weapon and super dope, but I want to talk about how you never played it for anybody. And it was always a beautiful thing you did on your own in the evening that we as an audience got to know that you were doing, but you wouldn't play for anyone else until after killing the sage when you played with everyone. What did that signify for Lilith?
So
Other than being awesome.
when I created Lilith, I was inspired by, I believe the character is the White Violin from is it a comic book, manga? White Violin. It's from Umbrella Academy.
That is Umbrella Academy, right?
Yeah, it's from Umbrella Academy. I guess it's a graphic novel. I'm not sure what you would call it.
Makes sense.
I liked the idea of somebody who was super badass but didn't use conventional weapons.
Okay.
And so I love it when like you have a wizard who believes in a god. You know, like you don't have to be a cleric to be religious.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a bard to play an instrument and for music to be important to your character. And so the violin kind of satisfied a bunch of different needs. And then I realized, she can use this as an emotional outlet. And I just remember listening. I listened to like classical, like Max Richter, like modern classical violinists and stuff. And I get emotional listening to that music. And so that was like a piece of me that I put into Lilith of like, what if I could play this? What would that feel like? And that would feel kind of like when you have a good cry. And so that is kind of the thought process behind why Lilith has the violin, why she would play it by herself, and because she was so lonely, and neglected as a young person, she didn't have anyone to have these emotional outlets with, and so the violin kind of became her way to do that and her coping mechanism. And then I think through her time with the Nightmare Crew, she realized she doesn't need, like, there are other ways for her to now emotionally process things and regulate her own emotions. And so while the violin is always there for her, it doesn't need to be just her thing. And she can now give this gift that was hers to other people.
You have people to celebrate with now and to grieve with.
Yeah.
That's really beautiful.
Yeah.
I now have a question for both of you. I have actually two in a row. We're going to do. Someone submitted this yesterday. I don't know who it was, anonymous, but they asked. We had the whole epilogue. Is there a future in this iteration where Ember and Lilith had children later?
They're all named Renesmee.
Renesmee 1, Renesmee 2. Renesmee
It was
3.
asked. I wanted to honor
And
it. It was
Bill.
put in yesterday.
We talked about this beforehand. And the answer is probably no.
Yeah.
They're not those kinds of people, but we did say there is a world in which, like, out of necessity, they, like, adopt somebody.
Yeah, like I feel like on an adventure, if they were to like like this child of prophecy, you have to save them, and like they go on a journey. Like I'd watch that movie.
Like in The
Yeah.
Witcher.
Yeah, like in The
Yeah.
Witcher. In the end, like
You're a dad now.
you know,
Yeah.
kind of like that thing. Found child
But
like
Lilith
that.
is Geralt, and Ember
is Roach.
Just Roach the horse.
But yeah, I just don't think they're that kind of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I picture this very clearly, though, the accidental adoption. Thank
Yeah,
you for sharing
it would
that.
be kind of like a Kevin situation, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it's like my boy, but I didn't birth you from my loins.
Yes.
Found families.
Oh, no.
We are big fans of Found Family at Bards of New York.
Yes.
Another question I have for both of you is what will you miss most about your character as we move on to something new? I'll start with Kyle because Hannah's looking at Kyle.
I'll miss his quick wit, especially like in situations where like the voice in your head is like, you shouldn't say that right now, and he's like, I'm gonna say that right now. And just the real like human vulnerability that a lot of people like have, but then it manifests in different ways. For Ember, it was in being snarky and being kind of like pushing people away. But I miss that in the sense I'm like, oh, baby, you
Yeah.
don't like. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Is your next character not very witty? Is this a spoiler?
I pleaded the fifth. I can't do that if it's not a criminal trial.
No, you can play the fifth. It's just like we're not in any kind of trial right now. I don't know if you noticed.
I'm always on trial.
There's a live studio audience, but it's not 12. Thank you for that, Kyle. I will.
I'm gonna miss.
No, you can. We'll talk about it later.
You haven't asked me about it, but I'm gonna miss Fim Fam like crazy.
I still have more questions.
Never mind.
You're gonna miss Fim Fam more than Ember.
Never mind.
What are you gonna miss most about Fim Fam?
No, we can keep moving.
Okay.
What are you gonna fucking miss, motherfucker?
I'm gonna miss everything. I love
Everything about him.
Yeah, I loved playing Fim Fam. It was just like the sense of like pure want to be of assistance. Very much like see a need, fill a need. See somebody in distress and like just be able to help in any way, even if it's just by listening.
Yeah. Fim Fam's everyone's friend.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss Bim Bam because that's the part of me that's just unhinged.
That's terrifying.
I blacked out through a lot of it when people quote Bim Bam. I'm just like, I don't remember saying that.
Did I say that?
I don't know if I want to say that.
Some sort of narcotics might have been involved.
That's not true.
I'm just kidding. Just whiskey.
Just whiskey, which we're allowed to have on Twitch.
Just whiskey and mental health.
Right? Yeah. Thank you. We will miss all three of them. And I actually will have a question about Bim Bam and Fim Fam later. But
Fuck me.
Hannah, I want to know what you'll miss the most about Lilith.
I will miss her determination. She is determined in a very. She's intense, and I will miss how she's not afraid to be intense and to be the one to be like, your shit doesn't stink. Like we're doing this. And I'll just miss how badass she is because she is so badass, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to play her is I wanted to feel as badass as I think we all sometimes feel.
Yeah.
And so I'll miss that a lot. I'll miss how coordinated she is because I'm not, and the character I'm playing next also isn't.
Spoilers. I love it. Thank you for sharing this. I tricked you into revealing more about the next campaign. Speaking about how awesome Lilith is, I have a fun fact that I've been alerted to by our wiki warriors, our incredible counters, and people who have much bigger brains than I, keeping track of everything. This was pointed out to me by the lovely Lua, actually. Now, of the top 5 damage ever done in like single turns per character, Leonidas has claimed 4 of them. Let's fucking go. But
For those of you that can't hear, Dan is excited about that.
Dan's very
fact.
excited. We'll talk about it later when we see you, Dan. But on the list of top 5, number 2 actually belongs to Lilith. Can you guess or recall what I'm talking about?
It's the canon. Is it the canon? It's got to be the canon.
Does
It is
everyone?
me.
Does anyone remember?
I fired the
I'm
canon.
gonna say it wrong. Gargalon. Gargalon.
Gargalon.
Gargle on these nuts.
Verse 3, episode 9. You did 326 points of damage.
Don't say the canon isn't me, motherfucker.
She operated the cannon.
You had 4 of.
You get
of
4
the
or 5.
5.
We'll talk about it later, Dan.
Yeah, sit your ass down. Go take a lap. I can see your neck beard growing.
Just because you didn't sweep it.
So, just speaking of how hardcore Lilith was, I was personally very surprised, especially because Lilith, like, she would get knocked out all the time, and we'd all panic. Like, oh my gosh, Lilith is unconscious, and thankfully, always pop back up.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was very cool that you were top 2 out of 5.
Oh, thank you.
Sneak attack damage.
Yep.
So cool.
Hell yeah, rogues.
I do have a question. Kyle,
Yes.
you
Yes.
mentioned it already, but you brought us Bim Bam and Fim Fam,
I did.
both chaos demons of different kinds.
It's true.
Possibly brothers, possibly the same person. We last saw them performing a band in Dreamhaven at the end of the epilogue. Where do you think they are in the future? And would you like to share anything about the process of creating each of them? Maybe just one, since they are the same person.
Wow. Lots of questions. I love both
Yes.
of them equally and differently.
Ooh.
I really think that. Sorry, there was a lot of questions in that. I see them
It was
currently.
a compound question.
Yes, it was. It was objection.
Where are they
confusing
currently?
witness.
Where are they currently? We'll start with that.
Fim Fam is probably exploring the Feywild with Desi.
Excellent choice.
And they are going town to town, doing like a sideshow of playing music and reading people's fortunes. Bim Bam, to an extent, is almost out of my control.
He's
because
operated by jesters now.
he belongs.
Bim Bam belongs to the people now.
He transcended. If in the future I'm ever if I ever DM something, Bim Bam will be a warlock patron 100%.
Ooh, I like that.
But yeah. What were the other parts of the question?
If you wanted to share anything about creating them with us.
For Bim Bam, when I decided that I wanted Ember to like have his journey away, I really wanted to make a character that was like the polar opposite, and it was just really fun to be chaotic. It was essentially my just Jim Carrey impression. Without doing an impression of Jim Carrey. But yeah, it was really just like wanting to be fun. I didn't make him as like I didn't worry about his stats all too much.
Yeah.
He's a multi-class of rogue and cleric. So like didn't do a lot of damage, did like a little bit of healing.
Caused a lot of chaos.
And that was fun. Making Fim Fam was unexpected because I wasn't planning on Ember being disappeared.
Yeah.
But it ended up being very funny because I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, does Bim Bam come back? Do I make a different character? Like, what's going on? I had like 3 lined up, and it would like throughout the day, literally like the Sunday before we went in, I was like, okay, what do you have an idea? And yeah, so I wanted to make Fim Fam. I really wanted it to be a mystery as to whether or not they were two separate people.
You succeeded.
To the point where in my mind I was like, I don't know if they are the same person or not. I'm gonna let the story decide that. And honestly, the story completely pull back the curtain. The story decided it because of the fact that Fim Fam is so much like ended up being so important to the Nightmare Crew and like had so many attachments like very like personally. I think that's what earned him his autonomy in my mind. So they are two separate people.
Thank you for finally clearing up this mystery.
Wait till you meet their sister.
In the next campaign.
Zimzam.
So before I ask you, I'm going to give Miles a heads up. I have one more question for them about how they've changed over the past 3 years. Same thing I asked Woody about how you changed because of the stories you've shared at the table. And then Miles, I will be requesting a question for each of them from you from the chat.
Fuck yeah.
So, Hannah, if
Fuck
you want to
yeah.
start us off with how you've changed over the past 3 years because of this story.
I have learned to trust more as a person. I'm still learning how to ask for help more as a person, and I think that this story and the people helping tell the story have taught me that. And I think along with Lilith, I'm learning to believe in myself more.
I like that.
Yeah.
Well, we believe in you. Thank you for sharing that.
Thanks.
Kyle, same question to you.
I in the spirit of like specifically like the character like Ember has taught me how to like constantly want to like better yourself and to like take into importance like your loved ones always. It's not something that I needed to learn, but something that I am never tired of reiterating. Bim Bam is chaos, and taught me a great many things about myself that I can't get into.
Inspired a movement.
Inspired a movement. Fim Fam is probably like is definitely what I loved being able to just like bathe in the positivity and like the thinking in a positive mindset. So I think that like it was my way of taking like that part of my personality and really like distilling it and then getting to kind of like explore it. So yeah.
We love that. Thank you both. Well, we're going to do our questions from chat courtesy of Miles before the Oreo demonstration.
Yee.
Lay it
All
on
right,
us,
so I
Miles.
have a question that both Crystal the Dinosaur and Mercat117 kind of asked very similar questions, and they're
Oh.
great questions. So for both of you, was it always a plan for Lilith and Ember to get together? Did you know it would happen before you told the rest of the bards? What was the process like of creating that love story?
There was no plan.
Not at all.
Definitely not.
Those are pure reactions.
It was a little bit of in my mind. It was the thing. It was never a plan.
Yeah. Well, in our home game, there's been romance before, and to pull back the curtain, in our home game, one of Kyle's characters was in love with or had feelings for one of my characters, but one of my characters was in love with one of Will's characters. So there was this
Big
like
fan.
juicy triangle. So I knew out the gate, I know that Kyle and Will, and I know John because John had done a romance in another campaign. I know that they were all like down to party
He's still
if
broken
that
up about it.
revealed itself to be something that was an option. But I never. What's beautiful about all those times and Lilith and Ember is that it's never really a plan. It just kind of like grows and you vibe it out, and then you realize, there's something more happening with these characters. And then we'd have like a few little conversations here and there after a session, or like kind of like check in a little bit, or like give each other a hug and whatnot. And then we didn't hide it from the rest of the bards. We just didn't talk about it with them until it happened.
And that's why we got those wonderful reactions.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, was it Drew picked up on it? But Woody certainly did not.
I had no idea.
I
Woody had no
assumed
idea.
everyone kind of knew.
Yeah.
Not this guy.
Not
And
Woody.
and we've talked about this before in Bars After Dark. There was a moment where Woody and I were hanging out in our apartment, and I was like, I'm just really curious about Ember and Lilith's relationship. Like, I feel a certain way about it, and I wonder where it will go. And Woody was like, yeah, like they're like like brother and sister, like best friends. Game of Thrones.
Woody. Yeah.
And I was testing the waters because I wanted to see if Woody knew what I knew, and would right over his head. And I was like, well, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want something to happen and then Kyle and I decide like, oh, actually, they're not into it.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'm just not gonna say anything.
Well, 'cause you didn't know how it was gonna go.
Yeah.
And I think it's two people that like I liked playing it out because it's two people that weren't looking to have a relationship in that like in that way at all. So having to feel it out as if like walking through like a dark room where somebody was like, hey, I'm gonna push you into this room, there's landmines, not everywhere, but here you go. Like it was fun to really explore that with the characters because they were not they were not on the same page, or they thought they weren't.
Yeah, like we trusted each other and had check-ins, and that was enough for us. And then like as we went on, there would like every once in a while we'd be like, hey, I'm gonna do something this stream or something like that, and literally we'd just say, hey, I'm gonna do something, and you'd be like, cool.
We love the trust at the table. A lot of
Yeah.
people commented on that. That was a very good question. Thank you for answering. Miles, do you have another question from chat? For us?
Yeah, we have one final question for this pair from chat, unless other ones pop up.
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed. You've missed the buzzer.
It's closed.
This one is for Hannah from Bagels and Schmear. The question is, who would have been Lilith's violin teacher when she was young, and what did that relationship look like then?
Ooh, I've thought about this actually. So Lilith, and in in an unset letter, I think it kind of talks about how she had not minders, but like au pairs or whatever, nannies, tutors, and what happened in her childhood was that she would form like attachments to them big time because her parents were very neglectful, and so it was like her only parental figure. And so in my head I was like, oh, one of these nannies taught her how to play violin, and that nanny had like a huge influence on her as like a musician, and meant a lot to her. But then they got changed out for another one, and I think like her mom and dad wanted her to speak a bunch of different languages and play a bunch of different instruments and be this like amazing savant of a kid.
Yeah.
And instead she was just like, fuck this noise, I'm gonna go explore some tunnels with dead people. But
I'm going to take my violin and go.
yep.
That was a good question. Thank you, Bagels and Schmear. Now, before I let you go, so we can go to our next bards, I have to ask you each to demonstrate what you believe is the proper way to eat an Oreo.
Gluten-free Oreos.
And the gluten-free Oreos, please.
The
for
gluten-free
Hannah.
Oreos so I don't go into anaphylactic shock.
Kyle,
A gluten-free
start with you.
queen.
I know. Hey, for the right price,
We're trying to save up to buy some new cameras.
for the right price, I'll go into anaphylactic shock.
Jesus. Please don't.
Oh, someone was like, it was like, I'll give you $200 if you like drop everyone a level.
Yeah.
It was so weird. We're not
No.
doing that. But we are saving up for new cameras, so we'll do a fundraiser soon.
Would you like to go first?
Yeah, because I'm boring. I just eat the goddamn Oreo.
Show us.
When I was a child, I would take the the top off of one Oreo, top off another Oreo. I would eat those and then
then make
put
them
it
like
together. That was before they had double stuff.
Yeah.
And now that they made double stuff, I was like, okay, cool.
Oh, whole
Oh,
thing.
you just
Whoa.
like,
I eat the fucking Oreo.
Okay.
but it's not like you don't take a bite. You just like put the whole thing in your mouth at once.
Yep.
Hannah, do you do it differently?
I
Just
do.
get it
'Cause
all in
that's
there.
that's a choking hazard. I usually don't.
For quitters.
I usually don't go in dry, and I usually.
I have to leave. I have to leave.
Me.
Don't repeat
Kill me
it.
now.
The whole room groaned, and I want you all to know that anytime I can do that, I've won. That's how you win D&D. So I
the
typically
key.
drink, if I'm drinking coffee or tea or something, and I'll have like a little Oreo moment and dip it in there, because then I like how it gets kind of mushy. But if I'm not doing that, then I just take a bite of it. Do you want some
Just one
ASMR?
bite? There we go. I'm making you all do this so that we can clip later, because people have asked. Like, I've noticed that all the bards eat Oreos such different ways, and Oreos are a staple at our table. And now we will have physical close-up evidence of the way everyone does it.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. You can also, I believe, send us Oreos on Amazon.
Yeah. Gluten-free Oreos, courtesy of Winter Cameron.
Yes,
you.
thank you.
We have a
So
PO. We have a
much.
PO box.
We have PO box, but Amazon wish list too. I think you can just like click it and send
Yeah.
it, and they will arrive,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
Honestly, Oreos. That's all we really want.
Yeah, sponsor us.
But as always, your views are your greatest gift.
Your friendship is even greater.
It's true. You don't have to buy us Oreos.
Join our Discord.
Just join our Discord and hang out with us. Thank you both for clearing up these mysteries with us. Thank you, Kyle, for confirming our marriage, and letting us know it's official. We've been married for years.
And I'm just in love with you both. So
Thank you. That's why we're neighbors. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your characters. And I will see you back later when we all come together for games. But I'm going to turn to another relationship that people could not stop talking about, which was the relationship between Leonidas and Callias. And by that, I mean Dan and Will. Thank you. That's on the internet, Kyle. Just the cheek, just the cheek.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, the whole bottle of seltzer. Are they both in screen, Miles?
Hey, everybody, folks at home, I couldn't not do this. on
Open the
one-
seltzer.
hang on. No, don't you dare.
Do I
Don't you
need Dan to
dare.
move over a bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. Over a little bit. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Sit in the
move
crack.
a little bit. Is that good,
Is this
Miles?
better?
Is my mic good?
You can sit on your leg if you want.
I can't do that.
Okay.
I simply can't.
Is
It's because Dan's straight.
Miles, they're
Because
both good.
Dan's straight.
Am I good?
That's.
Oh, thank you, Miles. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. What are you drinking this evening?
You gotta drink. You gotta speak into the mic. I'm drinking 2 liters of seltzer water.
Which you can
because I
also
have
send
to
us on
remain
Amazon.
Hydrated.
Dan, what are you drinking?
I don't really know what this is. What is? Am I drinking?
It's some of the spring break thing.
I'm drinking a spring break, which is ice and another liquid.
Well, I'm going to start it off with a question for both of you. Thank you. Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
What's happening
After this, we're taking a break. Don't worry. But I'm just drinking water. Are you both ready?
Yes. Yeah.
My first question is for both of you.
Okay.
This is the friendship that spanned across iterations. What did this mean to both of you to play? And did you expect when you created your characters independently that they would evolve to have this kind of relationship?
Take it away. It's all me. No. I've known Squilliam here for. It's pushing 10 years.
Wow.
So I've known him all the way back to our freshman year of college. So I think
When you almost broke
where
my
I almost broke
Xbox.
his Xbox on one of the first few days I ever met him.
My Halo 4 limited edition
Yeah,
Xbox 360.
I like kicked it
let's be
over.
clear.
It had Rings of Death. It was a whole thing.
Strong start.
It also had one of the greatest moments between the two of us, which is Swing First, which is a whole other story. Anyway, so
Which was about a snake, actually.
which was
Funnily-
about a
funnily
snake.
enough.
That's so true. No, I think that I love playing with these people. You got enough seltzer over there? I love playing with these people. I love being able to. Should I look at you or the camera? I'm a little confused
You
here.
can look at both. You can
Both?
look at the ground if you want.
I don't want to look
You
at the
can do whatever you
ground.
want.
Each other's eyes. Talk to Rachel.
I'll talk to you, Rachel.
Thank you.
I think that we when we created these characters, I don't think we really thought they would become as close as friends. But I think from a standpoint of Leonidas, he never really had friends previous to really Yara, and then certainly never knew he could have friendship outside of a romantic friendship.
Yeah.
And when he met Callias, I think they kind of just both above table with the rapport that I have with Squilliam, and then below table, just like I think the relationship that the two of them have is such a opposites attract in that way.
Yeah.
Both physically, mentally, emotionally. So I think that kind of allowed itself to breathe into a direction that allowed us both to. But we never really talked about it.
Literally not once.
No, we've never talked
Just
about
happened.
it.
Yeah.
It just happened, and we both were kind of like, yeah, we just let it keep happening. I think my the first memory I have of it is the pretending to be cats in the sand.
It goes even earlier than
Yeah,
that, actually.
Oh, go.
So first of all, we absolutely never spoke about it, right? Like I knew you were creating a lion, and that was about the end of that. And Callias was existing in the vacuum for me anyway, because I
Yeah.
just essentially I knew we've spoke about this in the last Bards After Dark, but I was so deep into Magic the Gathering, and I really was upset that there wasn't a Gorgon in D&D. So I thought, let me just do that. And it was actually the first session, right after you killed the guy in the bar. And I remember Callias
What
was
a
feeling
start.
Get ready.
so alone. And there was somebody else who also looked so different than everybody else. You looked like another animal in a real world.
That's very fair.
And you weren't afraid to take a life. And that was both out of the blue, but also Callias could recognize that there was something there, and you were different enough that Callias felt safe. And that was where I landed as Will the player. And as Will the friend, you and I have kind of bounced off of each other kind of by accident in all of the campaigns we've played with Woody. Yeah. Our first ever one is Gundry and Bathriel. They were so diametrically opposed that they worked together.
Love Bathriel.
I mean, what King of Kings.
Yeah.
Watch this space.
Oh my God, Will.
The second campaign when we were Sarabas and Vaxel, we were literally adopted brothers, and that worked well. And then this one, I think it just comes down to the fact that you and I have just different enough mindsets about the ways we like to play D&D that we just click together. And it's something that I've been talking about with other members of the Bards as well, is that there's just a sense of implicit trust. Like, I can throw something random at you, and I know you're going to catch it, right? Like the whole Michael Caine draconic thing. Like, there was no ever worry about like whether or not that was going to like work. So it just became... It was easy.
Yeah,
I think
an echo on that of like I think Will brings a lot of like ridiculously well-grounded things to D&D, and I bring a lot of ridiculously ungrounded things to D&D, and
we even out.
We even it out in that way. I got a big hole in my sock. We
Thank you
even
for
out,
sharing.
and yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Do you need new socks?
Always.
Rachel, I constantly need new socks. I
Well-
wake up every morning. Sorry.
Scrap all of our questions. We're only talking about this now this evening.
I wake up every morning.
To the merch store. Can we get Boney socks?
I put on a pair of socks and I go.
Can we get Boney branded socks?
get
Put that on the agenda.
Yeah, we can make.
And I go,
socks.
where are my
wear
socks? Why are there holes in them? I'm sorry.
Well,
really
I
sorry.
don't want to change topics too much.
No, please.
But I have a non-sock related question
That's
for you, Dan.
understandable.
Just to clarify, people really want to know based
Oh.
off your character.
They want to know.
And by people, I mean me. I wrote this question. Leave me alone. Are you married in real
In
life?
real life? No.
Do you have children in real life?
No.
So, something that we all love so much, and you've spoken about it a little bit on Bards After Dark before, but like the passion that Leonidas has for family, the passion for the found family and his actual family is created, which we loved seeing in the epilogue. But when you all the way back to creating this character and talking to Woody about what happened to your family and things, like what made you want to play a character with this like deep love, a spouse, a children, and how did you go about creating his family? Spouse?
Spouse? No, sorry.
How did you go about creating that?
I have no feet to stand on with saying words wrong.
So
I really don't. So it's been interesting hearing the other bards say how they decided to do, because I created this character really to be his soul. When I created him, I was really intrigued mechanically about Echo Knights.
Yeah.
And I never ever want to play any character that isn't some random animal.
It's funny because your reference art that you always use for Leonidas is also a really major Magic the Gathering character.
Huh, well, that's fair. Yeah. So I read about Echo Knights and I thought that was cool as hell, and I really wanted to try that. But then I thought about it from a story standpoint, and like his goal, like his most pretty much everything that was going through his mind was to find his family from the get-go. And I think I was a little like, once I found them, well, I died. Sorry. And
Spoilers.
then spoiler, but yeah, we're here. We're spoiled alert a lot.
We've spoiled much more.
We spoiled much more than that. But when I died, I kind of came back, and I think that we had kind of found, at that point we were like really knowing where Keepa and Yara were.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, we're getting to what I needed to, or what I wanted Leonidas to go do. But at the same time, I think dying was very much a wake-up call for him to be like, oh, I can't do that again.
Yeah.
And I don't get to do that twice. So I think from that moment on, I was kind of like, oh, everything that is important to this character is his family.
Yeah.
And I think over time, the arc of him as well also allowed it to be that everyone in the Nightmare Crew was his family.
Yeah. Really expanded to that found one.
Yeah, which was very, harking back to also talking about like his ability to have friendships with people. That was very difficult for him in general. I mean, the first thing he fucking did was kill someone.
It was a dramatic first episode.
It was the first thing he ever did. And you go, I not to tangent too much, but you go back, we were talking about this the other day, you go back and watch the introduction videos of all of us. It's the two of us, and then it's Drew, Kyle, and Hannah, which is Ember, Lilith, and Ryujin, and then it's Kallias. We didn't do that on purpose. We didn't do that knowing anything of those characters. We were just like, we'll have it be this way. I think because of schedules or something in that world. But like the fact that it worked out in that way.
We made
but
one
you
the
go,
fairy episode.
you go and watch both the characters really, and like the way that they were then. I think the way he's taken himself and been like, look, I want to make sure, and especially at the end, the way I left him, or for the time being, I was like, no, everything. And I felt that way. I felt this way for the past for a while now. But I was like, once we figured out everything for these characters, Leonidas is all like family. And what can I do to make sure these children and my wife are the most important thing, and the people that have circled around his life are the most important. So,
how early on? This was a question I was going to ask later, but you kind of got to it so nicely. How long ago in the show did you know that Leonidas was going to kind of give up adventuring and settle down and be home, be like a base point?
I think. I mean, he wanted to give up when he came back.
Yeah.
When he came back, he was almost like, nah, I'm good. And there were a lot of conversations that I had as a human Dan, with everyone else. And then as the character, I had conversations with Kallias, because I think that was like a touchstone as well. I think
Yeah.
also another reason why their relationship rather was what it was is because I think Leonidas felt like outside of Yara, a touchstone for him is Callias, and so. But I think I think it started there, and then the more we got into seeing what was going on with everyone else, seeing all this shit with Vecna, the massive battles we were having, I think he was kind of his end point was like, I want to make sure that I help these people and I help them, but as soon as I feel as if all of them have a good place to wrap their bows, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm outie Freddy. What?
Sure.
That's a phrase now. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm
Thank you
speaking
for
a lot. Go
sharing
ahead,
it.
Squilliam.
No, don't worry. Our next question is for Will. You spoke a bit about the inspiration for creating Callias. Please elaborate on that if you want. But going from the very beginning in that initial inspiration, Magic the Gathering, did you foresee how Callias would evolve, or did that come way later?
So, first of all, again, like I think it is astonishing, Wizards of the Coast, that you don't have an official Gorgon race out there. That is
True.
a
At
real
them.
sin. Secondly, Hero Forge, what the are you doing? You have every option under the sun, and you don't have snake hair? I had to make it out of tiefling horns? That's a second option. I'm calm.
Deep breath.
But yeah, so essentially I wanted to create a Gorgon, and Greek mythology has been something that has really been a touchstone for me throughout my entire life. And anybody who's ever played D&D with me ever, I am at my core a sorcerer player. That's what I started with. That's the class I most resonate with. There's a part of me that lives in Warlock. But doing this campaign and wanting to, start streaming D&D for all of the 3 people that were watching at the beginning, I thought, thank you, 3 people,
Yeah.
right? I knew I wanted to stick with Sorcerer, but I'd never, ever played the, most iconic 5e Sorcerer, the Wild Magic. I don't think I'm doing that again unless somebody makes a huge tweak to Wild Magic, but that's a different conversation. And realistically, when Woody and I were creating the character, we kind of had 2 paths open for Callias. We thought Callias embraces the curse. We called it the Pride Curse at that point in time. Callias embraces the curse or rejects the curse, and things are going to happen to Callias in terms of roleplay and happen to Callias in terms of abilities and stat lines based on what choices those are made there on those 2 avenues. But that's as far as we thought. Everything else that came after that and everything that Callias ended up becoming was truthfully a completely organic set of storytelling choices, really from Woody bouncing off of my psycho ideas.
Oh,
honestly.
we're very happy that you had those psycho ideas. Thank you.
Excellent.
Turned out lovely. I also have a question for you, our Tarot King, specifically
Mm,
from
yes.
Cherie.
Please.
Now that we've said goodbye to the Ballad of the Nightmare Crew of the entire campaign, what was your most memorable tarot pull?
We know what this answer is. There's
we
only
know,
one
but we
answer.
need to hear it.
So the most iconic tarot pull comes from, I think it was just as we were beginning to switch over from the Angel cards to the Dragon Age Tarot, and it was completely happenstance. Dan and I were sitting next to each other. It was in the last episode of verse 1. And again, if you're watching this right now and you're not expecting there to be ridiculous spoilers and you're not caught up,
Sorry.
just be braced. We're going to be spoiling the entire campaign.
It's true.
It's the tell-all. It's what's
We're
happening.
teasing another one. Stay tuned.
What's happening there? What's happening there? Yeah, we're in the middle of the finale of verse 1, and I don't know why, I don't know what the impetus was for this, but we pull a tarot card in the middle of the fight, and it happens to be the Tower, the only card that I would argue is a predominantly and mostly exclusively negatively implied card. We pull the Tower, and a couple rounds of combat later, Leonidas is deceased. The death that changed the course of the campaign for forever. And I would argue that is pretty emblematic of what the Tower is supposed to represent. Sudden and immediate ruin. A great and calamitous change.
Do you think you have a second? Let it go.
Oh my God, there's so... Yeah, please, suggestion.
Woody?
I think that's the honorable mention. The Chariot of Regulus on the Yipty Skipty episode. I encourage anybody who wants a good time specifically to watch the Gilded Tulip episode of Regulus Evolution. It becomes immediately not a very good time the next episode after that, but Gilded Tulip is excellent. And there's the Gilded Tulip is the chariot, as far as
Live
I'm
in the
concerned.
moment. Enjoy it while it
yeah,
happens.
absolutely.
Okay.
There's another one more recently.
There's another one more recently that we finished the episode, and I think either Hannah or someone was like, "Oh my god, the tarot pull."
Well,
was
so I think
X, Y, and
I'm gonna
Z.
cop out and say that I think the tarot has been crazy these past few verses
Yeah.
in that every card we pull seems to sync up, not just in the like, oh yeah, the tarot matches what's happening in real life.
Right, yeah,
It
yeah.
seems to really match what's going on. And it's why I'm going to be pulling this Dragon Age tarot deck going ambiguously forward.
Always and forever.
Onwards and
Can
forever.
we commit to that now?
I'm committing to it.
Always and
I just have to
forever
remember
tarot
remember to bring it. Essentially, actually, I'll probably just keep it here.
here.
And eventually, thanks to all of our wonderful artists in our community, I think we will one day have a Bards of New York tarot deck.
Bony tarot deck.
Everyone I've seen
Do
so
not
far.
threaten me with a good
Yeah,
deck.
'cause that would
Every
be
single
cool as
drawing
hell.
I've seen so far has been amazing. I'm just hoping I see it in the future. I'm not psychic.
cool
I'm
as fuck.
just a Pisces. Dan.
Yo, what's up?
Last week during the finale, you alluded that you had a story that you wanted to share with us tonight. I said you could not share it. I'm going to be real. I don't know what the story is. Would you like to share it?
What story is this, Stan?
It's the story I told you and Woody over Discord.
Yeah.
You
I
said
don't know.
on
I don't-
stream
Oh,
last week you wanted to tell
You know
Could
what?
you tell
You know
us
what?
in like 3 sentences?
It's a long story.
It's a long story.
Oh.
Give us the.
I'll give you
what
the spark
happened
notes.
to you.
The spark
Essentially,
It has nothing to
this
do.
has
with the
nothing to
campaign.
do with anything we've been talking about at all so
But you
far.
brought it up last week.
We talk about pooping a lot.
Oh, it's this
what
kind
happened
of
to you in what
story.
building?
So essentially, I was driving to work. I teach CPR sometimes, and I was driving to go teach, and I had to, in the most non-graphic way I can say this, I had to
Lighten the load.
I regret asking.
I had to lighten the load, and
Yeah.
I pulled over in my car. I ran into a Dunkin' Donuts, begging for my life to then be told no bathroom. I ran into a Western Union to be told by an old Italian woman, no. There's a bathroom down the street at the Mickey D's. I said okay. I squatted across the 4-way highway to a hardware store where they looked at me and I was like, please, can I use the bathroom? And the guy with a handlebar mustache that was an NPC from our campaign, he said no. And then I looked at him with the purest of deep sadness in my eyes, saying, there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
And
It's like fucking the Virgin Mary.
there's nowhere else. I can't.
There's nowhere to stay for the
There's
night.
nowhere else to stay for the night.
Go shit in the stable.
I'll shoot in the stables, aka the streets of Manhattan. These 3 men walked up, and then he goes, I quote, "Oh, fine." He then brings me back to the bathroom. He slams the bathroom door open. I am then in the bathroom for 20 minutes. I then come out, body less.
You all asked for this.
Body less of how I was before, and I try and hide from the dude, and all I can hear right before I'm walking out of the door is him go, "That's the guy." And then I was late to work. Anyway,
Do you offer this as proof that we are Bards of New York? Because only in New York will you struggle so hard to find a place to go to the bathroom.
please. Why we don't have as many? Oh, someone's here. Why we don't have as many public bathrooms is beyond me.
Thank you for
Anyway,
sharing this.
that truly, Lee and I, we don't ever talk about if our characters shit themselves in D&D, but Leonidas has done it many times.
Anyone who fails 3 death saves does.
They shit themselves.
Instantly.
That is the full
Wow.
story. That's what you wanted to hear.
Well, I did not, and I regret asking.
Oh, yeah, you did.
You
ask.
did. I could have
I
prepped you. I
was
could have
told to
prepped you.
ask. I was told to
No, I
ask.
could have prepped you, and that's
Thank
really
you.
what I could have done. That's all
Switching
that.
gears.
Yeah, a little bit.
Away from this.
Please.
Will,
Yes.
We have seen Callias go through some massive mental and physical shifts over the years. And what has been your favorite change that Callias has gone through? And then conversely, what was the most challenging to handle for you?
Ooh, okay. My favorite is split between two moments. One came really, really early in the campaign when I think it was a wild magic roll where in the midst of being thrown into their first adventure with the Nightmare crew, before they were even the crew themselves,
Yeah.
Callias gets aged 20 years.
I almost
Wow, I
forgot about that.
And we decided that it was not 20 years, it was 20 elf years. Like it was 20 years of maturity
Yeah.
on the spot.
Yeah.
And I didn't always track that through with Callias, but I always, every now and then, found myself thinking about it. You want to keep making more noise over there?
Yeah, what's going on over there?
Is that food? Is that food, John?
It's my food also, but I get to shit on him
Unbelievable
about
is
it.
what that is.
That one was a really cool one
Live
because again,
studio
the
audience.
Wild Magic Table is really fun, and that one, Callias being sort of immediately pegged as the sort of like emotionally
Hey, yo.
youngest member of the group, made it a fun moment for sort of that point in the story going forward. And then also, I think the one that I think selfishly I am most attached to is the whole thing with the World Eater. I mean, that was a whole random arc of the campaign that turned into something that was really became Callias's
Whole being.
yeah. It's like that's
100%.
Callias moving forward is Callias as a Nexus being. I'm still wondering who that divine lady was who threatened Callias.
Wait,
right after
I
that.
forgot about
Will
that.
we
Oh,
ever
Will's never forgotten about that.
know?
We'll threaten the divine entity by saying you can try, and I'm still thinking about
You
it.
can certainly try.
I'm still thinking about it.
Well, of those, what was the most challenging to handle?
The most challenging.
Challenging.
I'm gonna pull from it recently because it's fresh on the mind. Recency bias is a real thing, but
Yeah.
losing the snakes, even for just a few rounds of combat.
Well, you also, not to interrupt you, but you as a human, I could feel the radiation, the energy off of you just be like tense, and it was very interesting sitting next to you during that moment because go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I think I'm glad to hear that because Callias' entire journey has been one of accepting themselves for who they are, right? Like this isn't a curse, this isn't a burden, this is who I am, it's who I was meant to be. And at the height of all
This
of
is
this,
me?
This is me, this is real.
I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Thank you.
You,
Michael is coming.
That is Michael.
To be at the end of the road, to be right at the threshold of finishing the conflict that has been dogging us, and to lose the thing that Callias has been holding on to and choosing to accept throughout 3 years, well, it's like a year and a half of an in-world journey. That was hard. And it's why I, as a player, chose to make some potentially controversial decisions in that combat. I know there are so many stories on the internet of like, this player is an asshole because they're saying, it's what my character would do, so I killed the entire town. That's not what I was trying to do, but I think there's a line to tread of, this is traumatizing, and Callias does not have a skill set that is built to handle trauma in that way. So I think that was the most challenging, at least physical change that they went through throughout the campaign.
And it was emotional and challenging to watch. I was watching in my apartment and I like yelled. And like dropped what I was doing because I was so surprised.
I mean, Woody could have killed me outright.
Yeah.
Rules of the spell. Callias
There were
could be
a lot of
headless.
times. There were a lot of times that you could have just outright and
Watch
like.
this
But
space.
that was, and because it was such a beautiful journey to see Callias go on this like self-discovery and acceptance, it was very painful to watch. So thank you for sharing how it felt to experience it. I want to turn to Dan.
What's up?
We talk all the time about Leonidas' strength, the damage you do per turn. If you couldn't pick the physical, what do you think Leonidas' greatest strength was by the end of the campaign?
His like.
Leonidas, unbelted. Alliance
I mean,
story.
that's what he was. 3
so
months
there.
after.
Put down the hammer. Take
No,
off the strength. What is
I
it?
think just like without being like if they're like fatherly advice, I don't know. I think the way I wanted him to grow into and the way I hoped he became and then becomes post everything is that he is a place of advice to or just an ear to allow people to come to.
Yeah.
And for both his children and to, because I think I knew and he knew, but we both knew. I talked to him and he said he was like, when we're done here. And he was very solid on that, being like, I'm good. And I think the ability to then be like, okay, instead of murdering people, I'm good to just help people and help people as much as I can
While they're alive.
Yeah, while they're alive. And so I think his want to help people and his want to, have a kind of a simpler life. The journey for him was very a taxing one that hurt him a lot and had him grow a lot. And I think that at the end, he was like, I'm good to take away those things from my life, but keep the really important things that he's learned from everyone else and have that be what he can give back to people.
I like that.
Yeah, so I think that.
I think that's a perfect answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we're going to turn back to the damage Leonidas does, as you heard me allude to earlier.
Hey, I want to just say also, I didn't mean that the canon didn't count. I meant that I thought that Lilith had done a ton of damage.
With the
her
violin.
violin.
Yeah.
And so when I was like, the canon didn't count, I was like, because she's going to have all that with the violin and the canon doesn't count. Of course the canon counts.
Thank you for explaining, Dan.
I wanted to clear the
Thank you.
clear the air.
No, it's good. You guys are in the live studio audience. We can't fully hear you. Thank you for
That's fair.
explaining. So,
But I was excited here.
it's also okay, though, to have a wrong guess, because now I'm going to make you guess. We know the most damage Leonidas has ever done. I have the actual number in that you did it, but then it was halved because of resistances, and then the runner-up. Can you guess which episode? And I'll let Will guess as well, because, Will, you're here. And we love you.
Sure.
Which episode, what verse you think you did the most damage in a single turn?
I think I know, especially saying it was halved.
Yes, I know.
I think
I gave away a hint.
It's the most
Sorry,
would then be against the big hand thing. Right? No? Yes?
The big hand thing.
What Tatsu became. What Tatsu became.
Oh, I don't know how to say it. It begins with an O.
The Oasis. The
Oasis.
Oasis.
I think it was Oasis because Oasis was.
That's the runner-up, I think.
You think that's the run-up?
I do.
Because I'm fairly certain that the runner-up, which would be then the third place, was something in like the 300s, and then
yes.
What?
Oh yes.
And then the most would have been like maybe if it was halved, I think it was like 500 something. That might not be true.
Oh, so close, so close.
Oh, really?
Okay, I'll tell you.
Well, I don't know. Then I don't know who it is.
I'll
Is
tell
it?
You, don't worry.
Is it Gargalon? No.
Lua alerted me to the updated stats. Thank you for bringing it
Incredible.
to my attention.
They're
Verse
incredible.
5, episode 8. You rolled 490 points of damage
Let's
against the
fucking go.
sage, but it was halved because of his resistances.
Oh, and that was
In
the
one
sage.
round.
That was
Yeah,
the
one
first
round.
time we went against the sage. Yeah.
The
Episode
sage
8.
in the catacombs.
Yeah.
Right.
And then we have Lilith's dope damage to Gargalololon. And then the closest next one for you was 318 points of damage against the dragon in verse 5, episode 13.
The dragon?
The death dragon.
Oh.
Yeah. There's an Oasis, a dragon. There's a
and
lot of
pretty
things
much
going
erased
on.
two.
And I did.
You got so many kills that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on. It's okay that you don't remember it.
No, I remember that. I remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And yeah, yeah.
How's
That's
it
a lot
feel?
of damage.
And
it's pretty
without
great.
spoiling anything, will you miss doing this much damage per turn starting over at a level 1 character?
Without spoiling anything, in so many ways, will I miss the fact that I could do like kind of minimum without the whole kit and caboodle, like almost 200 damage on
Yeah.
a turn. Yeah, I'm gonna miss that.
I am excited to see this change for
it's
you.
gonna be
There
a
is-
transition
There
for
is
old
one
Dan.
community on the internet that doesn't lose anything between the transition of your two characters here.
Yeah, that's true. That's a little behind the curtain, little under the covers, if you will.
Well, this kind of leads me to my next question for both of you: is what is the thing you will miss about your character the most as we leave the Nightmare Crew for now?
Calais. No, I mean
Aw.
truthfully, no. I don't know. I had a moment. Like we ended the session. That was last week. That's insane.
Yeah.
Longest week of my life.
Holy shit. I had a moment last week where we ended the session and I kind of was like, oh, I won't play that. I won't play him for a while.
Yeah.
And there are, like, I think pretty much with every character you play in D&D, there's aspects of that character that are part of you. And Leonidas is a very both impulse driven but extremely caring to the people that he has in his life. And he lives so much of like, are you gonna fuck with them? You got to go through me first. To all of the Nightmare Crew and to his family. And I left him in a place where he was a new dad to so many children. And
Sorry about that.
no. That was the plan all
No, you're not.
along.
I love being a fortune teller.
So I think I'll miss his just ability to kind of be like, let's make sure these people are okay, and his want to protect those around him. He lives very much by lion code of protect the herd, and his herd is the tribe. What's a herd?
Pride, sorry.
What's a herd?
A herd is what lions eat.
Like a wildebeest?
Yeah, the Lions family is the pride.
Pride eats the herd.
Happy Pride Month.
Protects the pride.
Do you know, I was thinking the other day that like the phrase Daniel in the lion's den is really the only thing you wouldn't put like Craig in the lion's den or like Bill in the lion's den.
That with the like authors of the Gospels though. That's like a lot.
Yeah.
It's a longer.
Yeah.
And
Anyway,
it was not Daniel. It was something in Greek back in the.
it was like Craig.
We're not doing this.
Yeah,
We're not
anyway,
doing
sorry.
this.
I'll miss and so I miss all those different things. I think I will miss Dan. I will miss the relationships that. But I say all this with the caveat, knowing that like getting to have new ones with new people and in the future endeavors that we do is always so exciting, and finding fresh daisies in that patch to pick is wonderful. Mechanically, I'll miss the fucking ridiculous thing that I created that was too powerful.
Thank you, Matt Mercer.
Thank you, Matt Mercer. If you're watching,
Please.
We have the same birthday.
Oh.
My heart beats a little faster
You
every
have the
day than I
same
know.
birthday?
June 29th.
What's your social security number?
7.
This is where we go to Will. What's
Anyway,
the
go
thing
ahead.
You'll miss
Go ahead,
the
Squam.
most?
So, I'm
an original. I'm an original human.
Good God. I wonder who has social security numbers. Anyway,
George.
I frequently default to playing characters that are jaded with some part of the world that they live in. My first character, Bathriel, was an exile from their tribe. Lazarus had been imprisoned by his own family for 1,000 years. It's a character that is fun to explore. You know what I mean? Like it's something that I like to engage with within myself. And as far as Calais is concerned, I will miss Calais' curiosity. That was something that I was most looking to explore with them, of what does it feel like to be immersed in a world that means absolutely nothing familiar to you? To find something new in everything and everyone, and the way that can either improve over time, can help your worldview over time, or decay over time. And that like fervent curiosity and almost like there's something. It was almost like a genuine and joyful fear that Callias would typically experience. That I will miss very, very much going forward. I think it's something that defined them, and again, it's the first character that I've ever ended a campaign with. Callias will stick with me for
Same.
ever.
Same with Leonidas.
And you know,
That is a weird. I think to piggyback on that. That is a weird sensation to none of us. We said this last week, but none of us have ever started and ended a campaign.
Yeah.
It's kind of an uncommon, unfortunately, but also in the reality of the world, like it's kind of an uncommon thing to do.
the big bad of every D&D campaign is scheduling.
Right.
Right. That's just what it is.
You just never have time.
And you never have time to finish it.
Yeah.
People move. People do things. You go out of call, like all
Six time
kinds of
zones.
different things. A pandemic happened, like all kinds of different
Yeah.
things. So like, for us to be able to do this, and for us to be able to be like, I know Woody said it, but I wanted to like reiterate the fact that we were like, no, we get to play D&D every week.
Awesome.
That is a blessing that is so. I had to remind myself that never to take for granted, because it's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome to do with these people too. So I will miss that. And we not miss it. We're still doing it. It's still here.
It's still here. Bards of New York is with us, even
Yes.
if the Nightmare Crew is not.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I will certainly miss Callias and Leonidas as well. People also want to know, I think we might have discussed this a while ago, Dan, where can we hear you sing more?
I sing barbershop as professionally as I can, which
Favorite
is
tag?
not at all professional. Favorite tag?
Favorite tag, just by title only. Nothing else.
Like Leaves Will Fall.
Great.
It's a beautiful tag.
Fun.
If you go on YouTube, there's tons of videos of choruses and quartets that I've sung in. I won't say what they are because you got to find them. Good luck. If you
Maybe
go to
we'll share that on the Discord.
yeah, or you
Join
go to my if you go to
Discord.
my actual website, there's on there too. But this summer I'm competing in the international contest with a big chorus I sing with here, and those videos I will put places because that set is amazing. We're singing with like over 100 people, which is amazing, of all these incredible people that sing in New York. Yeah, barbershop is like a massive part of my heart. So yeah. That's the
Thank
biggest place I
you.
sing. So.
And what is your singing range? You might have told us, but can you remind me?
I'm a bass.
Contralto.
Contralto? What does that mean?
It's what you are.
I'm a contralto?
Yeah.
Can we tell us? Do you remember the story of the two of us when we were at that party and we were shouting high?
We talk about this all the time. Do I remember it?
One time in college, Will and I were really drunk at a party and we went and we shouted high C's, which for musical people,
In a
that's
hallway.
like super fucking in a
an
hallway in the
entrance
middle
hallway.
of a house that we were. We are cool.
We fucking
guys are the
felt
We were
coolest
just
people
we were
I've
just
ever met.
we were like we can do it, and we're like drinking
and
and then being like
it wasn't like singing it. It was
No, it was
screaming
shouting.
It was no, it was
No,
a
it
treehouse.
was at the treehouse before we
by
moved to
the
the
little
treehouse.
fabric
Yeah.
coat cupboard.
It was like in
right
a
there.
corner. We were like, let's go into this corner and start
to put it in
shouting.
perspective, the party was loud enough. No one would ever
No
hear
one
us.
fucking hear it. But I
Well,
can sing
I
down to
love-
D2.
I love this friendship in real life. I love this friendship in Leonidas and Callias, and I look forward to future friendships. I am going to ask you, and then I'm going to ask Miles for questions from the chat. I would love, Will, you know this, but you're stuck with me after the break for a little bit longer. So maybe only one question for Will, and if I have two for Dan. But first, none for Dan?
Eat shit and die.
Guys!
Wow. Okay.
If I don't have a
That's fair.
question in the time that they answer the next question I have for them, the stream is ending. For everyone, well, my question for everyone, for both of you, is, as you've expected, how do you feel you've changed because of the past 3 years at this table?
Yeah. Do you have a problem with the drum? No, I think me as a human, I have really learned the ability to tell people what I need and tell people how I need those things, and like the ability to be like, I need a moment for myself because of X, Y, and Z, and this campaign and the character and the characters that we created kind of taught me to have more patience in that world. Because I, Dan, am a quite emotional human being. And so just allowing myself to acknowledge that and allowing myself to just be more resilient. No.
Resilient.
Thank you. Well, no, but I don't know what the word is.
I don't know what you're looking for. But to communicate.
Sure.
To communicate what you need.
Why not? Yeah.
Thank you for answering as a human. I was worried when you started the sentence that way.
What?
I said speaking as a human.
As opposed to.
Ooh,
As opposed to
this
the
is a bit of
robots
a,
that
this
we
is a bit of
are.
a surprise to everyone.
give me that
Yeah.
I've never told anyone this. I am part wildebeest.
Live from Birds of New York.
It's Dan the wildebeest.
No, I think that's really great. Thank you for sharing that. Well,
I think this has helped me learn to, honestly, like just allow myself to engage in escapism. I think it is so easy, particularly for people of our skill set and our proclivities and, frankly, generation, to want to just hard look at everything as a business and an opportunity to market yourself to the best of your ability. And we are absolutely doing that, right? That's, I think, something that's important to us, but also something that has allowed me to engage with Bards of New York more and more as we've gone along is choosing to let this be something that allows me to leave the hellscape that we actually live in
yeah.
and potentially delve through the actual 9 layers of fictional hell and enjoy that as something that is part of a separate, equally as real world that I can, just translate myself into.
Yeah.
And letting myself indulge in that and sort of jump into that realm fully with a group of people that I enjoy playing with and escaping with week after week after week.
Yeah.
That has improved the quality of my real world life considerably by viewing every Monday as a chance to live a second one.
Yeah. By hellscape that we currently live in, do you mean New York City in the summer?
I mean, partially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly. I'm not opening that can of worms.
Also, it's
No, it's
Thank
not.
you.
Woody.
this week is supposed
What
to
he
be
said.
hot as
We're going to be in a heat
little hell.
dome.
Just
Literally.
to make it very, very clear
Send
for the folks at
water.
home who don't know me, once it gets above 70 degrees Fahrenheit, I am in a worse mood, right? So if we are below freezing,
Yeah.
I'm okay. If we didn't even have a snow here this year, so when the walls start
sad.
sweating, I'm in trouble.
Should we move Bards of Canada?
Nope.
Nope. I
I'd
heard a
say-
nope from the live
I'd
studio
say like
audience.
Bards of Irkutsk, Bards of Siberia.
Where the
Interesting.
fuck is
Bards of- I
where's
think-
Iakutsk?
Oh, wow.
They have something.
This
They'll
is a
have
far
something we can get.
move.
Bards
Oh.
of Tunguska.
Bards of Scotland?
Well, Miles, it's time for me to find out if there's questions from the chat or if I'm going to end this stream.
Yeah, chat has stepped the fuck up and they've
Thank you,
asked a few
guys.
questions. Thank you, chat. The first one for Will
Squeal.
is
on.
from Crystal the Dinosaur.
Crystal.
Crystal.
And it is, I have an important question for Will. Is Regulus and Accordia, not Accordia, are they in the same universe? Because they got a letter from a
Can't answer
Callias.
that question.
Can't talk about
Can't
it.
answer that question.
Oh,
Can't answer that question.
Oh,
Right.
for legal
That's
reasons.
your
Literally,
answer.
legally cannot answer that question.
that is your answer.
I did see the question that you were talking about, or the incident that you're referring to. For now, just use your imagination. But for legal reasons,
Spicy.
cannot answer that question.
Okay. Sorry.
You'll have to watch
Crystal.
this page.
Wow. Okay. Do you have a question we're allowed to answer?
Yeah, we have a question. This is a fun and flirty one from Mercat117. Another
Okay.
question for Will.
Yeah, but
What is your favorite mic to put into your mouth?
The one that we
Here's why we buy
didn't
new
use
mics.
tonight.
And please demonstrate.
Don't
Don't
other
demonstrate.
people have
Don't
to
do
use
it.
that.
Don't
have
do
to,
it.
It's the answer really is any that I can get my hand on.
This is why
Right.
we need money for more
The
mics.
I'm not
in your
going to
hand.
do this because like
We all have
somebody
to
else
use this
has
mic
to use this
tonight.
mic.
Yeah.
But like they give me a mic. At one point, I can't remember when it was. They had to give me my own mic because I was
That one is
deep
labeled,
throating
and we
it too much.
almost used it tonight. And I looked at it and I went, "No, we're not using that."
It's anything because clipping it when I'm at home, when I'm like on headset playing Xbox, I put the mic into my mouth to.
He
clip
really
it
does.
more and more. It's a whole thing. It's a great
It's a
and mighty
whole
need.
thing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
for not
Okay.
demonstrating but answering.
I really had to restrain myself.
No, and that's
Miles?
I appreciate that.
Give us one to take us home.
Yes, okay. We have a great one from Josh is a Goof 526 for Danny Boy. And it is, will Dan's next character once again be Madagascar based?
No,
End the
end the
stream.
stream.
I'm
End
sorry,
the
we're
stream.
done. That was lovely
I'm
time.
going to step in. We can't legally answer that question, but please, for the love of watch this space.
I would like
Watch
for
this
someone.
space.
If I could make a humble request that someone please clip Dan's face.
I really can't say anything.
There's a binary answer you can give, a yes or a no. A yes or a no.
Yes or
A
no?
yes or a no.
Yes or no?
You'll have to watch this page.
Ooh, I like that.
Off screen. I'm gonna need to take a minute.
Yeah.
Off screen, I'm gonna need to take a minute.
Wow.
Wow, that's a.
That was great. I mean, that was an answer. I think that was an answer.
I don't think they heard what he said, but.
Kowalski analysis.
So, thank you for those questions, Miles.
Anytime, my pleasure.
Oh, wow. That was not
I
what
just
I was
revealed
expecting.
what I'm
but
playing.
It was
thank
on,
you for listening,
Discord.
friends. We're not going to end the special, but I will end this segment by asking you both to demonstrate the proper way to eat an Oreo. And then we're going to take a short break because I have
I'm
to
gonna go
pee.
first.
Yeah.
I think mine is not to hold on. Now hold on. I got to burp. It'll get out of there. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Oh, get out.
Yeah, thanks, Dreamy, for the fan.
Uh,
Thank you, Oreos, for such a delicious cookie.
So the way that I do it
Mm-hmm.
is I take it. I'm gonna try and speak and do this. I take it and I twist it.
Excellent.
I open it up. I eat. I pop it. That's the.
Chomp it.
Kill your jeez.
So we've seen this. We've seen this method a little bit earlier.
I
We saw
take
a
it. I
twist.
take it and then I take this part and I eat this.
Okay.
Put your mic in your mouth.
On the Bards
we
album.
we were pretty good at ASMR content. And then I do what I do.
He does.
What I do, which I think is a little different from you, Woods. I'm
Yeah.
pointing out.
Because he opened it earlier. We did
And
see
then
it
what do you
open.
just eat this?
I popped that in my mouth.
I do this. I take it and I go like this.
Take a bite? Oh.
I scrape it
Oh,
and then
you
I
take
scrape the rest of it.
Oh, wow.
And we make fun of me?
Yes,
And
we
to be
do,
honest-
John.
To be honest, I actually did it a little different than I normally do it. No, that's just very kind of you. I normally then will bite the part that I scraped and then scrape again, but I didn't do that in this moment. I may be a little nervous. I'm not either right.
You're a little nervous because of the Madagascar question?
I cannot believe how heavy that hit.
I really don't even know how to feel
Yeah.
about that question.
Thank you for powering through to
I
show
really
us
don't even know.
how to eat an Oreo.
I just- There's a lot of
End it,
emotions.
end it,
A lot of
end it.
emotions I'm
Yeah.
feeling.
William, can you
Okay.
please demonstrate?
So I'd like to make this clear that this is something, a methodology that is slightly variable depending on what kind of biscuit you're eating.
Alex, the
Mainly,
Biscuit.
it jumps between Oreos and filled biscuits like this and Jaffa cakes, right? There's a different way you have to do it for Jaffa cakes.
What?
But here,
I don't.
all right. I've bought them for you before.
Please sit up straight, Will.
So this is a bad Oreo, but that's actually it's gonna do what I need.
What have you done?
Well, the point is,
Dan, just hold your mic for him.
So hold your mic, dude. No, I'd like this to continue. I'd like this to continue.
the point is,
Do it. Bite.
you have to separate the cream.
Okay.
You have to separate the cream.
You have to make sure all the cream.
What are you doing?
On one
is in,
side.
well, you see, this Oreo is structurally unsound, but we're gonna make this work, okay?
This
You've
is a
been
learning experience
sabotaged.
for I think all of us. I've never seen you do. Oh,
Because I don't do this on stream because it's a fucking mess.
Thank you for sharing with us tonight.
All right, all right, all right. Mm-hmm. I'll have to wash my hands after this.
What do you?
Then we take the cream. We separate the cream because this is the only reason anyone should ever be eating an Oreo. In my ideal world,
Cookie part's pretty good.
I would throw this away. But as the hunters of old do, you use all the parts of your kill. So, unfortunately.
God, what a world. What are you doing? What is this, Play-Doh?
This is high content, okay?
Now, with a Jaffa cake, this is much more structurally sound because you have a single disc of orange jelly in the middle of the biscuit. But this is fucking unfortunate. But now,
What is happening? Well, you've never done this.
at home, when I'm not on fucking camera, maybe.
Well,
I just want everyone to know that if I knew this, I would never have asked.
People always blame him.
I had
But
no
that's what
idea.
he
is
doesn't
this
do.
what you do?
No, I've optimized it.
John, we will see you later.
It'll be your turn soon.
We will see you later.
And that's that.
Take your goddamn mic.
Because then I get to eat the only part that I care about eating at the end, and I can choose to forget the flavor of a biscuit that is overpriced and undermade.
You can do that with my method with your teeth.
Yeah, but then I don't get just the cream.
Yeah, I get just the
No,
cream
no,
when
no.
I do that.
Well,
I
Not
do.
well enough.
friends, there is some things you cannot unknow, and that was one of them. We are going to
That's
take a
really-
short break.
That's really.
When we come back, we will get to answer and ask questions to Drew, to John. We're going to get to learn about what's coming up next for the Bards of New York, and we're going to get to play some games together. Thank you both so much for your time and your stories, and we'll see you guys soon.
Madagascar.
Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Bards of New York, the live, chaotic, beautiful mess that we all know and love, where we usually, at one point, will play D&D together. We'll be starting to play D&D at some point soon, and then probably stop, then start again, and then stop, and then giggle, and I'll fart a bunch, and then we'll have a good time.
Why even do the stream?
You're hitting the nail too hard on the head, man.
Come for the D&D, but stay for the absolute chaos that is Bards of New York. I love you.
I've makeshifted or found a leather glove. And
Michael Jackson.
shut up.
But
Powered hee hee. Instead of Misty Step, it's Moonwalk.
no attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, no, it's
When you catch shielding yourself, it's not a shield. You just kind of lean over it like this much.
Also, there's the whole aspect of that miasma.
Do you have an inhaler for that?
Oh, you beat me to it by just 1 second. I mean, I used to, as a child, had some asthma, but I've grown out of it since. Miasma.
Yar.
fuck you.
Ah, pirate ventilator then.
Made out of wood.
Nice to
I lost my albuterol along the way. I keep a rescue inhaler in my hook. Ah, 'tis less effective than the old steroid.
Can't do a New York accent.
Just try your best. Come on.
Somebody, you know,
Say bagels and schmear.
bagels and schmear. You know, somebody.
I didn't realise there was a New York over there.
No, I'm from Old York, yeah?
Say, hey, I'm walking here.
Hey, I'm walking here. All right, you know, I'm just.
It's
you know,
it's immediately back.
I'm having all kinds of trouble, and
Now you sound like a British person trying to do an American accent.
You're like, oh, did?
I did.
How dare you?
What do you want to do with my crew?
Have a lot of benefits but zero work? What do you even do?
We got somebody who does a lot of fart noises. We got somebody who likes to, steal babies. And it's kind of in between those two things.
Really? That's the range? That's the range?
Hey!
I think a creative coordinator, a creative director position would be really great because Jesus Christ, that's horrific.
You're beautiful and capable of great things, like murder. Don't do that though, unless it's completely necessary. Anyway, bye.
To me, you have always been the brightest star. Been the most powerful star.
I kiss her.
There's a couple that are harvest flavored. They say it's more of a savory sweet almost. Like it has a very almost like umami sort of sense to it. And it's,
Mommy.
y'all.
Excellent work.
Y'all.
Excellent work. It was ubiquitous and it made me upset. I just wanted to buy pastries.
Pentagonal. Pentagonal.
You'll be
Pentagon.
Pentagon.
Pentagonal. Pentagonal.
Diagonally. Somebody called the Pentagon.
Pentagonally. Pentagonally.
Fuck out of here.
Pentigony.
By Aeschylus.
What do you do? Smell burning toast?
Always.
Pentagonal.
Pentagussi.
Pentades.
So feeble.
Guys, let's stop being so mean to Woody.
Wait, no, wait, if I may support you.
It was a really valiant attempt.
How many sides does that thing have? Say that again.
Pentagonal.
Gaggle on these nuts.
So, the mechanic where you make choices as your character that then affects the world at large. To me, there's no better version of that than D&D, where not only do you get to escape to a world and make choices within it as a character entirely your own, that then your own choices are a catalyst for an evolution of the world that evolves with you, but you get to do that with other people. So it's not just a pre-thought out, I'm going to make these choices to make these things happen. It's a group of people, all that you can have banter with and laugh with, but at the end of the day, you are exploring a world for the first time, together as a group, making these little chaotic decisions which bloom across the world, causing it to change with you and grow with you as your characters level up and grow. What brings me back to D&D over and over and over again is like assisting in the growth and the blossoming of a world that will be cultivated by accident through a ragtag group of adventurers' actions.
Welcome back, friends. And thank you, Drew, for being here. Now we are about to talk to the man who defies the law of statistics. Drew himself, thank you for joining us. What are you drinking this evening?
Oh, good old fashioned water.
My
'Cause it is
favorite.
hot as hell.
I understand. Are you on a secret mission? Can you tell us where you are zooming in from?
Yeah, I'm zooming in from the childhood home. Well, actually, this isn't not my childhood home. This is the home we moved into my senior year of college. But um, I'm zooming in from home. We're chilling. We're vibing.
Our love is with you and your family, and we are so happy they're able to join us tonight. And I want to start off, I don't mean anything by it, but people need to know. Are your dice weighted and have they been tested?
I don't think they're weighted. I bought them from their Chess X dice, good old from a good old store in Ithaca, that's now closed, but had them for quite a while. No, I don't think they're weighted. I think I'm blessed.
I think we would all agree. We do want to know, will you be using the same dice in the next campaign?
Some, but I do have a nice little plug for our good friend, um, Lua
Lua?
Veltenbort. Lua, yep. I had some very specific dice made for my next character, and I believe they will roll the same. So I'm very excited.
Because it's you who are lucky. And we will be sharing photos on our Discord and sharing soon some of our beautiful custom dice after we learn more about the next campaign. I also want to give you some space to clear the air about beans because there's been a lot of chatter, and I think you deserve the opportunity to share your story with the world.
So, Beans, well, first and foremost, Beans holds a very special place in my heart as Drew and in Ryujin's heart. Ryujin's choice in letting Beans go with Halifax was for the greater good,
Mm.
and also in a plan to retrieve Beans from Halifax as well. So it wasn't that he was giving Beans away forever. He was just making a sacrifice to the whole of the party. And that sacrifice did help because he ended up with a potion of dragon majesty that he then saved thousands of people with from the fall of Mobio. So all is well.
That is true. We're all very grateful for that. So, can you confirm? And I know you're going to give us a video epilogue. Stay tuned, everyone, at some point. So, you can confirm that Beans has been retrieved in the future.
That remains to be seen. Ryujin's going to do his darndest to make sure he gets Beans back, but we don't know just yet.
Hopefully, you can roll some natural 20s with Halifax. Now, on a little more serious note,
Absolutely.
Ryujin's story was absolutely wonderful to follow and went through such a big change. So, the reveal of your family, your history, the whole royal mystery that we've uncovered in the past two verses, was that something you ever suspected would happen or had discussed with Woody about Ryujin's history?
No. So the idea behind the whole mystery of family, I didn't write actually anything about it. I said to
Oh my
Woody,
gosh.
I wanted it to be a mystery for myself just as much as it was for Ryujin. So I just said, Woody, you decide how you want to deal with Ryujin's missing parents, but here is the basis on that. He doesn't have parents. He grew up as an orphan. He had some friends that he grew up with. That was really the information I had for him, and I just said run with it because, as I said, I wanted that that revelation to be as authentic for myself as it would have been for you.
Yeah, so how did it feel with the reveal, obviously, when you got your palm read by the lovely Desiderium to say that you're a prince, but then to go on to find out that it was true? How shocked were you, actually, that that was what Woody had planned for you?
It was, I mean, it was very surprising. The Ryujin, I think, was also someone who didn't want to believe it because he was like, no, I'm just a regular guy. I don't need this. I just want to know who my family is. I don't need this status to be tacked onto that. So it wasn't what he was thinking of. He didn't plan like, oh, if I find my family, well, what if they're regal? What if they're in a position of power? It wasn't that wasn't in his mind. But I think things were slowly being placed into the story that started to like get him thinking about that, especially when they were in the volcano and they met Eris and the statue of Rex Ryujin. He had said the other iteration was a king, now albeit not the greatest, but he was in that aspect. So I think that put a little bit of a morsel of an idea in his mind about that situation, but it was still very surprising. I think the most surprising part about that was finding the family in Riva, finding their status as they were like pretty much the army of the city running the city in that way within the fifth iteration. So that was very interesting as well. Yeah.
And it was interesting because you learned about and like found out what happened to your family, but also like to watch Ryujin like find a family of a found family with the Nightmare Crew, but then also you meet Tatsu, brother from another iteration, and like what was that roller coaster and like journey for you to go from, you know, you always grew up with friends, you talked in other Bards After Darks about like having a crew that you went around with, but it wasn't the same as the Nightmare Crew. So like that found family for him, what did that mean?
I think well, first and foremost, it meant the world to him. That was he'd never experienced such close bonds with a group of people. So I think it was the first time he was able to really start to express certain emotions and love for other people in a specific way. Because in that aspect, he was still young. You know, he didn't have really the best kind of social interactions. He had 3 friends, and then like that was it. You know.
Yeah.
It was a great growing experience for him. Finding out, I mean, finding it was beautiful in that aspect. Finding the Nightmare Crew, finding out about the Valtimiris, I think didn't hit him as hard because he had found that found family. If you will. It was like, oh, I learned all of this. I learned all this information, and I know he didn't have much of a connection to the Valtimiris, but having that information put a part of himself at ease. Like he didn't need to search anymore for answers, but it was okay. Anyway, had he never found out, he was content with the family that he had found, if you will.
That was so beautiful. I want to zero in a little specifically on Tatsu because you know I am a huge fan of Tatsu. I have not kept that a secret. How happy are you with how that worked out?
I'm very happy. I know Ryujin's very happy. Ryujin, no matter how evil he came off or how sus he came off in the beginning, was ready to fight for Tatsu because I think he found someone who was very similar to him and went through similar experiences from the beginning. That was like he really that brother connection. I think from the start, even when he didn't realize that was a brother from a different iteration, I think he felt that quick connection right from the beginning. And so he wanted to do everything he could to protect that actual blood relative, if you will. Once he did find that out, yeah, I definitely didn't want Tatsu to go down the wrong path at all. So he would have done everything, and if he did, he would have made sure that he at least give him a good end, if you will, if he was taking lives or doing something bad. But he was going to do everything in his power to keep him from going that route. So I'm glad that he didn't end up killing a bunch of people and that we could save him.
It was close
from doing
though.
so.
It was close. I was
It was
really
very
worried.
close. Very close. But yes, he made it. Also, he was pretty badass. So I was like, we can't let Tatsu die so easily, and in a bad way, you know. So
no, that would have been sad. The story of grief was really beautiful, and I'm glad that we saved him. But this made me wonder: is Ryujin a little Naruto coded with this like alone, but go like people aren't too far gone, like I can reach them?
I think so. And that might be one of his fatal flaws. Is that, well, It depends, I guess. It depends. I guess he has his moments, but I would say for most people, from the jump, he's like, there's good somewhere. Unless you f with my friends, you know, if you're taking my family or you're making their lives difficult, then I'm gonna have to do something about it. But for the most part, except for Felix as well. Felix from the jump, he didn't like him. He was off. The energy was off. The voice was off. So that's an exception as well. But otherwise, I would say, yeah, he definitely is a little Naruto coded. They're not too far gone. He will if he has the choice try to bring someone back to the light, if you will, back to the good side. If he feels that it's there, you know what I mean?
I think that is an incredible strength. I know you said it could be a fatal flaw, but it's actually, I think, a lot of people's favorite things about Ryujin.
Very fair.
And I have a fun fact, though, to share with you, courtesy of our incredible fans and Wiki Warriors. And I want to see if actually you might know. Do you know what episode and verse that you rolled the most natural 20s in one game?
In what? This is one episode?
One episode,
Or
one
just
session.
one session?
Oh, sorry. I mean the whole verse. The whole verse. Wow, wow, wow.
The whole verse.
I can't read. Yikes.
I would say, I mean, probably verse 3 or 4. I don't know the episode. Or, well, it was not an
It's the
episode.
whole
Yeah, I would
verse,
just say
I'm so
verse 3 or
sorry.
4.
I
No,
do
no, you're
know
fine. That's my fault.
the episodes as well. Thank you, incredible community. But I'm going with verse, and it is verse 4. And in verse 4, you have a staggering 48 natural 20s.
I'm sorry?
Fans who
That's
could not
insane.
hear, Dan just said, "I'm sorry."
What?
48 in all of verse 4. How does that make you feel? Blessed?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild.
I
Just roll a
almost
die
didn't
right now
believe
and
it,
see
but
what I
I've
get.
seen the numbers.
Just
If
rolled
anyone
a
wants to double
15,
check,
not
try and
20.
contradict us, but Drew already said earlier,
48.
uncoerced, that it's none of his dice are weighted. And then Drew, a question I'm asking everyone is, how do you feel that you've changed as a person because of these past 3 years and the stories that you've created at this table?
Yeah, I think I've definitely become, I mean, as a player, I think I've opened up a lot more. I think when I first started playing D&D with Woody and Will and Dan back in college, definitely I was very much like quiet. I didn't say a lot. I was a wizard as well, so I just spent a lot of time looking through spells and such. And I was learning how to do role play a little bit more. I think over the past 3 years, I've been able to open up and do way more role play and get more comfortable with that, because I think that was what I really wanted to get better at in starting this. So I think as in that aspect of myself, I have grown. Overall, I mean, it's incredible to have made a character for this long. I don't think I've ever done something like this before. So that has just been this has just been such an incredible, pardon me, learning experience because of that. It's just really cool.
No, it's been awesome. And I do, obviously, you're in Ohio right now, but I was wondering if you can confirm you will be back with us. We will get more Drew in Bards of New York.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And before I come back, there will be some fun stuff. So excited.
So many
I
secrets have
am.
been alluded to tonight. I also know that you sadly don't have an Oreo on you, but you promised, and you're promising now live on national TV internet, that you will
Correct.
upload a video demonstrating what you think is the proper way to eat an Oreo onto our Discord.
I will. Onto the Discord. And
Join.
I can explain to you now as well how I used to do it as a child.
Okay.
This is different than how I do it now. I used to eat Oreos similarly to Dan, where I would scrape the cream off, but I would do it in one go. I wouldn't do it. I would just pull the cream off with my teeth, and then I would toss the cookies because I don't really like chocolate that much. I'm not a big chocolate fan, so I would then also go for different Oreos, like the golden Oreos, because I could go for the vanilla cookie. I think it's vanilla. I don't know. But yeah. I actually don't know what the golden Oreo cookie is.
Artificial flavoring is.
Yeah, it's something like that. But yeah, so I will send a video of how I eat Oreos now. But as a kid, very similar to Dan in that aspect of scraping the cream with my teeth.
We look forward to seeing the video. Join our Discord, and thank you for being so vulnerable to share that with us. Before I let you go, though, I want to know, Miles, do we have any questions from chat for the lovely Drew?
We do, and just for the sake of time, I'm just going to ask one chat question, and that is from Sherry373. They're asking, Drew, did you ever have a backup character in mind if something happened to Ryujin?
Wonderful question. I absolutely did not. I have characters that I've built and made, but I did not have like a specific backup character I was ready to dive into if Ryujin had passed or gone away.
Wow.
Which, I mean, yeah, I guess well, the thing is though, if I'm honest, Woody forgot to attack Ryujin in every battle, which is really funny because I would always pretty much roll a natural 20 for initiative, and then I would honestly hide somewhere on my dragon in the air or behind something and just pick people off, and then Woody would be like, "Oh, he's not doing actually too much damage, so we're not gonna worry about him." So I never actually got hurt that much. I think the most I ever got hurt was when I got impaled by that dragon tail, and that was like, what, 5 episodes ago? So.
Yeah, other than that, I feel like you were really safe. So you never were like, Ryujin might go. I need to be ready.
Yeah. No, I never felt that danger for him.
Because you are so blessed.
Yeah, blessed by the dice. I'm blessed by Woody's
and Woody's forgetfulness.
Yes.
Oh, well, Drew, I miss you so much. I can't wait to see you soon. I know we're going to be seeing more of you very soon. Yeah. We just can't tell you all about it yet. We love you. We've loved the character you've shared with us the past 3 years, and we've loved the time that you've given to this. So thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Love you all, too. Thank you guys for having me here.
Everyone in the chat, say goodbye to Drew. Bye.
Peace out.
See you soon. And then I'm going to welcome to the stage John and Will, sometimes known as the Champion Brothers, but we'll see about that.
We'll see. Where you going? Grab my water. Do you want your own seat back?
Thank you to all of our stage managers for making it possible for Drew to join us. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Miles.
How we looking?
Looking clean.
Oh. Are they both in screen? I love it. John and Will, thank you for joining us. Will, thank you for coming back. John, since we haven't seen you yet, what are you drinking this evening?
Water.
Ugh, me too.
Essentia Plus.
Big fan. You guys drink a lot of water. Is that why you have such nice skin?
I'm trying to drink more water.
Yeah.
But it's a newer tactic. Flip your mic on.
Is your mic on?
You're trash? You're actually trash? You're free? You're free on the free sample of Costco?
John?
I'm dog. I'm so dog. I'm literally dog water. But yeah, I'm drinking water. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being hydrated. The world is dying to know, are you two actually brothers?
You would not believe how frequently we get this question.
It's like shocking. It's like really,
Happens
it's really
a lot of
bad.
work.
Yeah.
Like where our names are like on display all the time. It's like, Jonathan, wait, they're the same last name.
Same
They're
last
also
name.
British. I don't think it can be. I
It's
gotta
not
ask
possible.
him. And yet.
Yes.
So you're actually brothers, for the
Yes.
record.
Yes.
If
That'd be
you're
nice.
comfortable, what is the age gap between you two? Who is the oldest and who is the youngest?
We're on that Mario Luigi timing, right? Like I am between.
Sorry, the Wario Waluigi timing.
That's no.
Yes.
No, fuck you. Did you just call me Wario?
Would you rather be Wario or Mario? That's
Mario.
The question. Wow.
Unless we're talking Wario, where Wario?
That's the only Wario.
It's not the only Wario. To the people out there, it's not necessarily the only.
To remind you of what the question was,
sorry.
Who's older?
It's me. It's me by 3 and change.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So I am currently 28, and you were almost
25.
A few months away, but
Baby.
pushing 25.
Baby.
Oh, thank you for clearing that up. We were concerned. There was a lot of questions.
Makes sense.
To be a little more serious, how long have you been playing D&D together? That's more important than the age.
So
take it away.
I mean, am I wrong? Or was I your first DM?
There was like a session I played in high school, and I was like, I don't get it, guys. Like, I'm kind of the guy who would get this thing, and like, I'd get it. And
Didn't
then
click.
it just didn't click. And then I played a campaign with Will DMing. We had Woody, we had Hannah, we had Dan. And it just all sort of clicked, and it was like all like on via, Roll20.
Roll20 and Zoom.
Ooh.
Not Zoom, actually. This was
pre-Zoom, yeah.
Was it Skype?
But that was
No, it was mostly
just
Roll20. It was the Roll20
Oh,
video
wow.
client, actually.
And it was. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's the thing, though, is I was so invested with it. It like
Didn't
when I
matter.
think back on it, it doesn't feel like there was any sort of barrier or hindrance
Right.
there.
At the time, it was the best you
There
had.
was a session where we played in 6 separate time zones. It
was great.
Forever remember that.
That hurts
It was
me.
It was me. We started the session at midnight UK time and played till 6 a.m.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
So do I. And
Which
so
session-
does my
which
father.
session was that?
It was the Sartor boss fight.
Crazy.
It went on for nearly
crazy.
6 hours. Yeah, the Nat 20 intimidation.
Wow.
check.
But yeah, so that was like my first real experience, not only with D&D, but playing with Will. And being here at Bards was the first time I'd ever played with Will as a character.
Oh,
yeah,
that's so
it was the
cool.
first time we were both players in the same campaign.
So 2018 is
Yeah.
the answer. We started playing
Okay.
in the back end of 2018 for the first time.
That is awesome. Now, John, you joined late, but you have been such a favorite of the community. We all absolutely love Rack.
Dumpy.
So I do want to go back to the creation, all the
Sure.
way back to what inspired you to create Rack. And when you were picturing him, were you surprised by our community's vision of what Rack looked like?
Diplomatic. I like the way that question was phrased. In terms of just like origin, I remember calling Will. I was like still in university. I was clearing out of my apartment before moving here, and I asked him like, "Hey, what is the Bard like?" I didn't even know it was like the Nightmare Crew back at
my
that
God,
point.
I remember.
I was like,
Right.
"What do you guys need? Like, what would be the most beneficial for your guys' individual party?"
And let me be clear,
Take
the
it.
first response was a healer because we didn't have one. And John said,
Yeah.
okay, after that.
Yeah, because I
But
just
not a healer.
Not
don't get
what's
me wrong.
not that.
I love a cleric.
Wow.
Cleric is probably my favorite class in D&D. But I was just like, no, I want something a little more spicy. And he gave me the option. He said, okay, if not a healer, then either an intelligence-based spellcaster or a tank. And I said,
¿Por qué no los dos?
let's do it. And he was like, So then I'd just done a one-shot, because I'd never played as an artificer before. I'd just done a one-shot where I sort of put that into theory, and I did a test run of this sort of build. And then I realized sort of how far I could push it. And then the huge thing that I realized why I was always so scared to be an artificer is so much of it, the like benefits you are given when you level up aren't tangible. They're like, hey, you can do like your tool proficiencies all have expertise. Like the way you build and like see your RP world is different. And so then taking that, knowing that Woody was the DM, realizing a huge challenge of it for me was I couldn't necessarily rely on what was on my paper. I had to think creatively and go, okay, what can I build? How can I use these things in accordance with the world?
Flash of genius.
That I will say, I didn't understand how cracked that was until like we really dug in. As I was like, ooh, wait,
I win.
it's we win.
Team. It's for the team.
That's for the team.
It actually was
And
always
that's-
for the team.
And that was the other huge fun part about Rec is I really wanted to play, because you said healer, and I was like, I don't necessarily want to heal. He does have healing qualities, but I want to play support, and it's a different style of support in terms of navigating the battlefield and how you can more or less control it for your team's advantage.
You wanted to support, but you didn't want to
Sorry.
keep anyone alive.
I got so distracted.
Is that what you're
So did the
saying?
community.
Yeah, so that it took me a while to figure it out. I was resistant at first. I was hesitant. I was like, guys, I don't know. And then I did the math and I was like, well, logically, there's some sense to be made there. But then I realized, like, I know Rec would probably be a little bit uncomfy about that too, regardless of the fact of the matter. I think once that observation was made, I don't think Rec had ever put that together.
Hadn't noticed that.
And so,
about
yeah,
himself.
similar to how Dan said, there are moments of sort of character and player unity. That was one of the moments that I think, as John grew more comfortable with the idea, Rec did as well. So that was a huge part of it.
We preach body positivity at Bards of New York.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. I just was very curious.
Absolutely.
I want to move from something very funny to something a little serious.
Oh.
I want to talk about the soul gem.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to talk about the soul gem. I really do. And other people want to as well. It was a hugely emotional and sacrificial play. And community members have asked, why did you do it? Was it because Vcna was the big bad? Was it for Ember? Was it for the crew? Or was there like a combination of motivations, but like to do something that was so big in that moment? We'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
That's an excellent question. I've actually gone back and looked at that episode a couple times to like see the moment where I can watch myself sort of realize, oh, I'm going to do this. Because I hadn't planned it, but for a while after we'd purified the soul gem, I thought, wow, what am I going to do with this? I could do this, I could do that, I could do this. But I realized a lot of the things that Rec was thinking about were more or less for his gain, in terms of like, oh, I can use these souls for this purpose. And then after a while, he sort of came to realize, like, no, I can't really use it for anything. I just kind of have to get to a point where I let this go. And in that moment, as Gargalon was done, any vengeance the souls could have sort of bestowed had been done. But then in that moment, it felt as though the path we went on, finding Gargalon, everything that he did more or less led up to this moment.
Okay.
And I was like, it just felt in that moment like, oh, no, it's time for them to be at peace. And I remember the wording I used was, if you want vengeance, now's the time.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't an order, it wasn't an imposition on the spirits as they were, but just a recognition and a sort of dispersion, I suppose, of the souls that we purified. And
that's one of my favorite episodes of the whole campaign, is that like reorganizing and pacifying the soul gem.
Yeah.
It was a great bit.
So that's more or less in the moment why I did it. And also, on a side note to it, it's like, well, if this doesn't work, the potentiality that we all just kick it is immense. So might as well go for it and let them go, even if the worst comes to pass.
But just to free it.
Absolutely.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I was curious. Now people know. It is it's hard to watch. I remember like already the whole wish spell, I like sat down and I was just like, oh no, I have to like really see how this goes now. But you started crying and then I was like, oh no.
I don't know where it came from, why it happened that way. I wasn't prepared at all to do it, but then as Woody was describing it, as I was just sort of sitting with it, like it really was everything Rec had done to that point was to get that gem and to figure out how can I let my whole people go effectively. And then doing it in that moment, it was like cathartic, but it was also like, oh no, they're gone. That's it for them. I don't carry them with me physically anymore.
But the release was still a part of the love.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, one of the more emotional moments playing D&D, period, for me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I want to talk about a different kind of love now with both of you. William, when did Callias realize their feelings for Eris? And did you, Will, realize at a different time than Callias?
So Eris has always been a part of Callias' backstory. That was like...
Please stop sneezing in the live studio audience. If there's one more sneeze, the studio
right.
audience will have to leave.
Okay. As I was saying,
Quiet on set.
Eris had always been a part of Callias's backstory. That was like the inciting incident for Callias leaving. If you watch the session 0, is that
Yes.
like 2 seconds after Eris was petrified, Callias is running off the island. So that's really always been a part of it. And truthfully, I started this thinking that that they were just like as close as you could be. Eris was Callias's person. Callias was Eris's person. They were inseparable. And I hadn't really given it much thought beyond them just being bound together that way. Because frankly, I've actually always viewed Callias as almost essentially both asexual and aromantic. And it wasn't until the campaign was progressing and I think Callias was exposed to tenderness being expressed through interpersonal relationships around them that they realized, wait, maybe I do feel something. And then the further they got, the further away from home Callias got, the further into the stars, the more Callias felt like they had something to lose. And as Callias was losing themselves to a greater purpose, I became aware as well, sort of organically, that Callias couldn't continue without somehow almost calcifying, petrifying, if you like, in stone, their feelings for Eris. They just it just was there. There was not a world in which Callias wanted to continue and grow if they didn't know that Eris was always going to be linked with them. And then at that moment in the finale, I was not thinking about that. I knew I was going to come visit Eris then, but it just happened the way it happened.
No, because it was so beautiful to watch, which is why I wanted to know. Because it was just, it
I
was
wish
really
I could tell you I
rewarding.
planned it. I wish I could tell you that was something that I knew I wanted to do, but it wasn't until we were in that moment, having combined with with the great serpent in Olakos, that it became clear to me.
That's beautiful. I have a similar vibe I want to talk to John about Amber. Because you were so opposed for so long, and so as Rec was so uncomfortable with any suggestion of romance, but then that beautiful conversation that the two of you had that I don't think any of us expected, and how we changed just from that. Can you walk us through the change of heart that Rec had about it?
I also think it's sort of linked with his more or less martyr complex. It was this almost desire to self-sacrifice, and knowing what it was like to have his people all be taken from him, the people that he cared the most about. From that point on, particularly once he sort of rediscovered himself as Reknit rather than the Thinker, he was terrified of the potential of him being so cared for by others and being taken away. Because there was a whole balance between wanting to protect and also wanting to be the person to make the sacrifice if push came to shove. So for so long, that uncomfortability, I think, was bound to the fear of having someone care about him and then lose him. Because that he was more than willing to lose himself for so long, because he didn't necessarily value his own existence in the same way he felt others valued him. So adding another person to that list beyond the Nightmare crew who cared about him was one thing. The other side is he just, I don't think, quite understood that, because he had such, as I said, disvalue for his own physical being, it felt impossible that someone else could value that being. So for a long time, I think he deflected everything and assumed it was all in jest, all in humor. It wasn't something he quite understood, and how courtship, as it were, would work. And in that last moment, when he'd more or less passed through a lot of the struggles with his own willingness to lose himself, that conversation with Amber and saying, hey, I want to give you a chance to let me know if this is genuine. If it's not, what can we do? Because that is something Rec wanted to experience, and that was a person he did care about. And then seeing how that transition played out, I think was very healing for him, and allowing himself to let go a little bit of the fear surrounding allowance of affection. So it was a little bit unexpected for me as John, as it was going. And the closer we got to the end of things, and the closer Rex sort of came with like, oh no, this I could kick it. Because once again, moving away from that martyrdom to, oh no, I genuinely, all of these people, this nightmare crew, they have places to go back to, families to protect, nations to run. I don't have those things. So logically, I'm aware that that might be the way that it has to go. But for the first time, he didn't necessarily want that. And sharing that moment with Amber and sharing that fear, I think was very needed. And having it received so kindly and so, I suppose, passionately was very, very healing for him.
I'm glad it was healing for you because I felt it was very healing to watch, and I'm sure our community does as well. And speaking of what you guys ended up with at the end, Dreamhaven.
Yeah.
Dreamhaven! The plan for the final episode, I loved it. What did that mean for both of you as people and like creating it as your characters together? And like, when did you guys talk about it?
I mean, we've been speaking about this for a really long time.
Like
pre-World Eater, long time.
Wow.
There was a moment in which that I thought we were going to create an iteration together. Like we were going to fully forge a perfect world. We were going to go full Thelicast with it. And that was like once you'd gotten the book of the iteration equation, we started talking about
start of verse 3, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do we use this to be better than before? But we can't just let this sit here. And we've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, right? Like just frankly. And there's this space called the Round Table Hold, which exists sort of extra dimensionally, and it allows these adventurers to come and rest in an otherwise very troubling world. And I think that was fun to do, but also, I don't know, you and I have been imaginatively chefing up strange and wacky creations for nearly 25 years, right? So it was only natural that we were going to do something like this. I think it's part of the reason that I've enjoyed playing with you is because I feel like I can indulge in being as wildly creative as I'd like to be, particularly with you because I know that you think very similarly. So we'd been talking about it, and then as the campaign was progressing, I think it became clear that while this ballad may be coming to an end, the realms may, whether they know it or not, may be in need of a nightmare crew, right? There is always chaos, and people who can meet that chaos will always be needed. And so there had to be a hub. There had to be a place, a skyhold, if you will, for my folks at home, where you can come home and reunite. You can have your 5 lion cubs and let your hammer rest on the wall, but now you've got that bracelet to return with. And I think it just as our power sets evolved, as Rek and Kalias evolved to be the particular kind of magic users that they were, it just became more obvious that this was the solution we were going to land on.
It was really beautiful to watch. Yeah, you want to move that way just a little bit? I thought you said you were brothers and you loved each other.
I was lounging.
We just get, we're expressive.
And my back hurts.
So yeah, I can only see the screen out of the corner of my eye. So I was like, can I see Will or is that the wall?
Yeah, we weren't drifting apart. We were both just leaning to the right.
Yeah. Well, I have been sharing some fun facts this evening.
That's cool.
And I'm not sure if you know what fun fact I'm going to ask you, but people at home, I think, can guess. Okay. Do you know how many times you have said Rock of Gibraltar
Oh, Jesus
on the stream?
Christ. No, it's
pushing 200, if not over.
200? Oh, my God.
What is your guess, John? Is your guess over 200, Will?
Given that you've been in the campaign for
I'll Rock of Gibraltar, do we know when the first Rock of Gibraltar was? Do we have that fact?
I cannot tell you anything. How many do you think you did?
I'm going to say around 180.
I'm going to say around 110, maybe lower.
Oh, man. You guys, we're not great at math over here. A whopping 91.
Okay, see?
Weakness.
See? I got you.
Weakness.
See?
I was wondering.
No, I was thinking it was probably at least one per episode, but it wasn't from the beginning.
Could we get one last one for the road, or could we get one last 9 to make it 100? All in varying emotions.
Okay.
9 rocks. 9 rocks, and he's still alive.
Okay.
Yeah. I want it like emotional, like it has to be 9 different ones
would
because
anyone-
I want to end this out with 100.
Would anyone?
Just one microphone.
All right. Does anyone have a suggestion, like an emotional beat?
Stages of grief. That's a good one. One mic. One mic. One
Mike's
mic.
together strong.
One mic. One love.
Rock of Gibraltar. That's one.
One.
Co-opted onto a roller coaster you don't want to be on, and it's already left the station.
The rock. The rock of Gibraltar. The rock of Gibraltar.
You just stepped on really hot sand in the desert, and you now need to run to the other side of the shade.
The rock of Gibraltar. The rock of Gibraltar. That was
Find a place to poop.
In the Staples.
That's a different story.
And they said no. Please.
The rock of Gibraltar.
I want one through tears. How many are we at? This is 5.
Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, I want. You just came
Number 6.
home from college, and your favorite meal is there, and your family pets. Like I wanted the whole vibe. It's Christmas.
The rock of Gibraltar.
So we have how many? That was
6.
6.
You have, it is a few months from now, you have the next 3 days off, you have all your fridge is full of snacks.
You have 3 days off. Your fridge is full of snacks and food, according to Woody. Dragon Age Veilguard just came out.
First time your butt hits the couch, Woody's head is sounding.
No, it's going to need to be a little farther away for this one.
Ooh.
Can you guys still like kind of hear me?
When you belt face, you will.
The rock of Gibraltar.
Ross just
That was 7. 2 more. Dealer's choice.
Okay, I've got the last one.
Come here, Rose.
All right.
Last one, Will.
You're across from a ruined. You're standing on a ruined battlefield.
Okay.
Across from your great nemesis. It has been a long fought battle. You've only got so much ki left. You have to make one last finishing move. Charge it up. One mic.
The rock of Gibraltar.
Wow.
How do we feel?
Thank you.
Rest in peace,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for this.
Thank you.
I
hate who I
Don't
am.
shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry that it was lower than I really thought.
No, see, I was gonna say like 70, but then Will skip.
Oh, you would have been so close.
I mean, 70 and 110 are equally the same away.
110
from
is
90.
closer.
There was no prize
The 90?
for this game. We're all winners here because we've gotten to
Dumbass.
hear 100 Rock
Oh.
of Gibraltar.
Let's go, so now it's even
Thank
closer.
you. So I already asked Will this earlier. But how do you feel you've changed over the past?
Oh my
not
God.
3 years, but over the past time that you've spent at this table.
Like I've said this to everyone in this room, but like I came to the city July of 22, and by the end of like the next week, everyone was like, "Get your ass over here," and I was like, "Okay." So I was like genuinely, like a little. I was nervous to be in the city. Like I wasn't. It was all new to me. I didn't have a routine. I didn't have like a stable like sort of friend group at the time. And I was just like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And, that's a huge shift coming to a new place.
Yeah.
And then immediately to be thrown into such like a caring group of people who I've known. And it was just like to reunite with these people in a very different sense was so welcoming. And Will wasn't even there at the time. So it was just like, it just fell right in with each of you. And it was genuinely, for me, such a helpful and kind sort of entrance to this sort of chapter of my life. And for the past 2 years, this July, it's been the thing that has my weeks aren't marked by like weeks and weekends. It's marked by like, okay, it's Monday now, and we're doing that again, and that's how it's been for me. And so it's just been particularly with Rex's journey as well, and sort of like we were talking about self-acceptance and discovery of self. There's been a sort of a mirror there for me going through ups and downs and whatnot. So for Rec and for me, thank all of you for letting me in. So yeah.
Oh, we're so happy you moved here, and we're so happy you shared Rex's story with us and that you became a Bard of New York. Do you have any questions from chat for lovely John?
Yes, there is. And for time's sake, again, we're just going to do one question
Let's
for
go.
each
Make it
of
good,
you.
Miles.
So for John from Mercat117, did you always want to make an AC monster that they became?
I mean,
do not lie to them.
Yeah.
Okay, so baseline, yes. My goal was to be Woody's flipping me off. My goal was to be like, okay, can I just like not get hit and also incentivize everyone to hit me? And that was the goal. So baseline coming into the campaign, I think I had a 28 at jump.
No, it was 28. So to be clear, so you don't, in case John's going to be a little modest about this, before he ever joined Bards, we had a long, like 90-minute phone conversation where we built RecNet while I was in Boston for the show.
Wow.
And the entire point was making this motherfucker as unhittable as possible while in the suit from as early on as possible.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So that was like, because I'd done the one shot and I think I had a 24 AC in that one. And I was like, I can go further. And so figuring that out and then moving up through the levels, getting up to 30.
Wow.
But yeah, I believe Dan asked what would be the possible AC at 20th level. And it was still base 30, but then there was the dual reaction feat that Woody and I made. So 30, 32 with haste, 37 with shield, and then using the second reaction to use the Gift of the Metallic Dragon.
Gift of the World Serpent.
Which gives you a temporary one-hit buff.
Oh
it
my
would be up to 43.
That is
Wow.
considerably over the Tarask.
I would actually, I'd like to challenge the community in this moment. Not including nat 20s. Not including nat 20s and not including saves. How many times did I get hit?
Did you
That's
get
what I want to
hit?
know.
Whoa.
It's under double digits. I think
That's
it's
what I
in
wanna know.
single digits, truthfully.
That's interesting.
I think it's maybe low 10s.
Low tens?
No, it's saves and nat 20s.
Yeah.
A hit.
Single attacks, I think he was hit under 10 times in the entire campaign.
I just want to know.
Oh my god, John.
Including nat 20s.
John, my friend, I feel like you're stalling because you know my next
I
question.
I am stalling. I'm stalling.
You cannot stall
I'm
from
getting
it.
off camera.
My next question
you
is
stay-
for
you-
you to demonstrate
No, I'm
how
staying off
you
camera.
eat an Oreo. Thank you for the question, Miles.
Don't even say anything.
Yeah, just show. It's a demonstration.
He is picking up the Oreo from the basket.
You can't stall. We can't put it off any longer.
He is mounting it. He seems to be separating forcefully the Oreo one side from another. Yes. Oh, the
Okay,
cream is
one.
mostly stayed intact.
One
One side. Finished. There is only one biscuit remaining.
Whole side cotton.
He ate the whole side. Did you see that?
I thought it was going to be a little bit stranger, but it ended up being kind of normal so far.
He seems to be taking his time. The real worry is what he's doing in preparation for the cream and the second biscuit.
If only they could see what was happening as my
Oh, it is the patented Jaffa cake method. I have
reading
seen
the
this tactic
edges?
before.
He looks like a tiny gerbil.
What are you doing?
He is biting the edge of the bottom biscuit to leave only a small platform remaining.
I can't
for the
believe you've
cookie.
done this.
God, and I thought that it was
What?
going to be
Sorry,
a
guys.
little bit around the edges, but I did not realize that he was going to keep pushing the cream back until there was barely any room for the cream.
He is running into the same problem that the elder champion brother ran into. The cookie is warm. The cream is
John!
unstable.
He's doing.
At this point, this was a fairly unstable cream. So,
Unstable cream. Unstable cream.
the goal is usually to get the fragment of smaller biscuit as small as humanly possible without being a heathen like my brother and rolling it around in your filthy little fingers.
Oh.
So this is where I'm at today. It's a fairly unsuccessful venture. But like I said, I optimize his strategy. Cheers.
Oh.
Does
oh,
that
don't.
look
Oh.
like optimization to you?
Oh man.
Okay? It doesn't always work.
Oh man.
Thanks, everybody.
I can't unsee that, John. It's been a pleasure
Pleasure.
for the past few years.
I'm out of here.
Thank you for your time.
Am I going?
Yes. It is now time Will, if you wouldn't mind sitting in the center, I think right where that mic is.
I'm not going. Okay. Right here?
Yes. How weird. It's just the two of us
Funny.
now.
Odd.
This is so weird. It's so it's been hinted at. It's been alluded to. It's a secret. That's not really a secret, but kind of a secret. And now that Ballad of the Nightmare Crew is concluded, would you like to officially tell us what's next for Bards of New York?
I would love nothing more, Rachel. So, starting just 1 week from today, next Monday,
Mark your calendar.
I believe that is June 24th of the year 2024, we will be beginning a new story. Eagle-eyed viewers on the Discord will have seen there is an event marked for next Monday called Book 1, Chapter 1. And Chapter 1 indeed will begin in a week, as we, for some of us, return, and for some of us, venture to the first time to the world and surrounding realms of Regulus Prime for a completely new Level 1 campaign.
Well, I have to ask for all of us and for me, do we have to have seen the past Regulus seasons to watch live next week?
You don't even have to have had any experience playing D&D before to watch the first episode of our next stream. Brand new. No experience required. Of course, there will be references and Easter eggs to the eagle-eyed viewer who's seen the past 2 chapters of Regulus, but this is a completely fresh start. Boots on the ground. All are welcome.
Do you have anything that you can show us or share with us about what we're having next week?
It's funny you ask that.
I know.
I think I'm not so suited to do that. Would the fabulous folks over there, my other bards, roll that beautiful bean footage?
The gods are silent. The skies grow dim with disuse. The sun has lost its luster. But our world moves ever faster. Let it be known throughout the Prime that the mantle falls to us, my Elvenan, to usher in a new age.
And we're live. Oh my gosh. Are you just as excited as I am?
I am losing myself over it.
What are you most excited about as we dive into this new campaign? Did I just see it was called Regulus Dark Age?
Titles live. This is Regulus Dark Age. Absolutely. I think I am most excited. I am so narcissistically in love with the world of Regulus, and I am so excited to present Regulus 1,000 years after we last saw it.
1,000?
1,000. Well, to be precise, 1,013 years.
Whoa.
A version of a world that I am familiar with, and to have it be completely and irreversibly changed, terraformed, and warped by the people I would love nothing more than to play D&D with. So that's to watch this world change at the hands of my friends is truthfully what I'm most excited about.
Yeah. I'm so excited to watch. I cannot wait for next Monday.
Oh, yeah.
But even looking forward, do you think you'll have room at the table for any guests in the future? Maybe in the fall?
I am sure we could make room for another seat at the table.
Interesting, interesting. It's a beautiful table.
It's a great table.
Yeah.
It's a great table, and it's best served when it's filled. So we'll see about that.
Well, I speak for all of us when I say we are so excited. We can't wait. And I think we should keep an eye on the Discord and the Instagram for more information, characters, what's coming next.
It's going to be a big week.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Before we wrap up this Bards Tell All, I'm going to ask all of the bards to come to the
Get
couch.
on in here.
Yes, it's going to zoom back out. Everyone, maybe we can like double layer.
Sit your ass down,
There
boys.
we go. Yes, yes.
Hey, everybody. You can't even see me down here. I'm so
Give us
hidden
a
away.
moment as we all get set up. And this is your weekly reminder to join our Discord, especially because you're going to
Ava.
see a lot more soon. New dice, new character art. We're very excited.
There's gonna be.
I
They're
think
fixing stuff over
so.
there.
We're adjusting.
John, make
We're
sure
doing
that
some
is it switched up?
tech
Okay,
wizardry
good job.
with our stage manager Miles and our lovely Hannah.
Gimme.
Hannah will be right in the middle.
Sorry, one more time. Do it again.
I have a dog in my lap and I can't move.
Jesus, Will. Gene!
How are we looking?
Gene, bring the icy hot.
Oh, actually,
Iceman in here.
we're doing a very, very short game where you don't need those. So just put them in your lap. Put them in your lap. I know.
I was so excited for my.
So excited,
Jane!
I know it's late, and I appreciate everyone's
Hey,
time.
I need everyone to remind themselves. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you,
Whoa.
Rachel. But if you're speaking up here, you can't be heard unless that mic is sweet in your face.
Oh, that's really good because in our
Just-
two games, you're not allowed to explain your answers.
Oh shit! Well.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we
Yes,
got you. We got
it's
you.
right here.
Mine's here. Yours is here.
Are we on the Squeebus?
Are we
Getting it
good
set up,
to are we
Hannah
good to
and
fly?
Miles. Are we good to go?
Hello.
We're good to go.
Gene! Bring the icy hot. Logan. I
Thank
seem
you
to
all
have
for
a
being
toothpick
here.
in my
Don't
leg.
touch me.
First, this lovely chaotic
This is
group.
rough. This is rough for the
I
listeners.
Oh, keep it PG for Twitch. Microphones down, friends, because
Sorry.
you are about to play a quick, most likely game. No hesitations, no explanations. Thank you to the priestesses and jesters of Bim Bam who gave me these ideas for this lovely game that are about to happen. I'm going to specify, and I'm going to say which character is most likely, meaning your Nightmare Crew characters, or which player was most likely, and then you have to just quickly point
To the person.
to the person you think it is. I have 8 of these. We're going to go fast. We're going to go furious, and you're not allowed to explain your answers.
If it's Drew and or Ryujin, can I point
If it's Drew, point up.
No.
Or point to the wall.
If it's Drew, point that way.
Point that way.
No, point to the Goku statue.
Or the Goku statue. The Goku statue.
I was like
Incredible.
blessed.
Yeah.
Point over here if it's Drew. Ready? First one. Which character was most likely during the campaign to need a blessing of Halifax? Quick, point. Oh, point. Excellent. Second, which character was most likely to need a healing word from the chat? All right, which player was most likely to romance other players? Which player was most likely to wink at the camera? Okay, which player was most likely to say, "Hear me out," and explain a crazy plan? Which player most likely needed a posture check from chat? Okay, and which player was most likely to have a million drinks at the table? And which player was most likely to bring the pack of Oreos? Thank you. It's Drew.
100% Drew.
Thank you.
The snack sensei.
Thank you all for playing. You look adorable, pointing to each other. Now, everyone, please get your yes and no sign.
Okay.
This is going to be similar. No hesitations, no explanations. You just have your sign and your expression to answer for you. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. One side says yes to us, and one side says no. Some of these questions are for you personally, and some are for your characters. Are you ready? We have 8. Do you, the player, call all dogs puppies?
What? As the player?
Yes, you, the person. Oh, sorry.
Wait.
Do you, the player, yes, you, the person, call all dogs puppies? Would your character, and I'll let you do written ask, steal candy from a baby? Does your character talk in their sleep? Do you, the player, talk in your sleep?
I've been told many times.
Does your character have any regrets from the campaign? Ooh, that's interesting. And does your character have future children that we did not get to see in the campaign? No more. Oh, written ask, okay. At some point, will there be a Bards album?
Who knows? I mean,
Ooh, okay. Hopefully. I think that's a maybe. Last question. Are you excited for Regulus Dark Age?
Damn it, Kyle.
Ah.
I had to. Somebody had to.
While I have you all here, I just want to say that it has been such a pleasure to watch Bards of New York, specifically the Nightmare Crew, the past 3 years. People have called this a place that is comforting chaos, a safe space, a place where it's so special because it is based off friendship and trust, and we have been so privileged to join it with you, and we are so excited to see this next story from you all. And with that, we've come to the end of the Bards Tell All. As always, tell someone you love them, hang out with us on Discord, and tune in with us next week for the beginning of Regulus Dark Age.
Can we real quick, everyone in the chat and everyone here, I'd like to give a huge hand to Miss Rachel. Everyone in the chat, for everyone in the chat that's watching, Rachel did all this by her sweet lonesome, and she's amazing. And we cannot thank you enough. This was incredible, and what a wonderful way to. Yes, absolutely. And thank you to Miles over there on the stage manager.
Thank you all for moving all the equipment so that we could have a reunion show on a couch. It has always been a dream of mine, and I can't wait for the next one. But for now, I'm just excited to start Regulus Dark Age.
And I have one last thing.
One last thing.
This last week went by on the 13th. It was somebody's 30th birthday.
Oh.
And so, in classic Bards fashion, may we a 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hannah Helen Minshew. Happy birthday to and many more on Channel 4 and Scooby-Doo on Channel 2 and Naked Lady on Channel 80 and Naked Man on Channel 10. Hey!
We love
Thank
you. Good night, everyone.
Night, everybody. Oh, wait, what else do we have to do?
Oh my God, we have something else we have to do. I'm so sorry, Miles. Did you end it?
I did not.
What do we have to do?
What's the one last thing?
Oh, yes, oh, yes. No,
I didn't write it on my cue cards because I didn't want Woody to see it.
Woody knows, and I don't think Woody
don't know
knows what it is. Put the mic up to your mouth if you're gonna get upset.
Should I hold it between my
You're
legs?
gonna fucking curse.
I'm so sorry. I didn't put it on the cue cards because I didn't want Woody to read it.
Open that on. We'll do that.
Guys, I'm not ready.
This is for those of you at home. This is a present we all got for Sweet Woody.
Fuck you guys.
Beautiful
It says-
engraved dice box.
Friends of this. Oh.
You want to read what it says to everyone?
There's each corner has a different fuck you guys. One side says Battle of the Nightmare Crew. It says Dungeon Master Woody on the top, and that's so cool.
Yeah, it opens up the dice.
Oh,
can go in
keep
there.
dice in there. Oh, and it's got the date of the campaign and take the stage and friend of the show. Fuck you guys.
We love you too.
What did he say? What did he say?
I see the picture.
Oh.
Oh, guys. Fuck you guys. You guys signed it. Fuck you guys. Oh.
We will put pictures on the Discord of these things as well, so you guys can see them. We love you, buddy. You made a wonderful campaign for us. So.
Thanks for the best ballad.
And now that's it.
And
yeah,
now
did I
that's it.
forget
Goodbye.
anything else?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think so.
Tell someone you love them. Join us on Discord, and we'll see you Monday.
See you next week.
See you next week.
Goodbye.
See you.